of Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. How's everybody doing tonight? I'm your host, Ape Cias. For those that are tuning in on Restream, Facebook, YouTube, and Rumble, tonight is Spiritual and DDN Cryptid Encounters Open Mic Night. For those that want to jump on, share a story, see who's up here late at night. I'm going to share out this link real quick. Share it to the groups that allow me to share on Facebook. We got Andres Carizales right there. Tonight is open mic night. We're all shared out. Let me turn on this ceiling fan over here. Nope, wrong thing. There you go. It was a humid day today here in Texas. So what do we got here tonight? We got Andres. I am doing great, Andres. I'm doing great. I added another addition to my minerals around my neck. I got me a raw piece of smoky wrapped on the copper. See which is the best way to put it on. There we go. So I got a raw piece of smoky wrapped around in copper. Of course, the black tourmaline that I normally wear and the selenite. I added that to my necklace. And of course, I got a amethyst one here that I'm working with. And well, this one I just put it on there. Let me see if I can put it off. It's like a shark tooth, but I don't need that on right now. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope everybody is doing well. As for me, I've been hanging in there. It was a very humid day here in Central Texas. Very humid. And I've been taking it easy because my shoulder had flared up at the beginning of the week. So I've been taking it easy on the workouts, and I'm able to move my arm up now. Still feel some pain right around here. I'm just going to take it easy for the rest of the week so I can, it can feel better. Guess I strained it. But I'm just letting it heal. So we got here. We got Andres, Sister Edna Wilson. It is open mic night tonight. For anybody that has a story or would like to share a story, an experience, an encounter, open mic night. is tonight for the members of Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters, or the members of Spiritual and DDN Cryptid Encounters. I gotta get used to saying that because I changed the name. But here we go. Let me drop a link. Let's get this started. Let's get this started. Whoever wants to come on, you're more than welcome. How you doing? Let me drop the link. Painful arthritis. Sorry to hear that, Edna, Sister Edna. Yeah, especially when the weather is acting up the way it is. People don't understand it could be cold, you can feel pain, and it could be hot, you can still feel pain. As you get older, old injuries, they flare up or whatever. For some reason, my right shoulder had flared up on me, and that's not where I had my injury. My injury is on my left, but that's healed. So nobody want to feel like a strain like that. As painful as it was, I just take it easy, let it rest. Then I go start, wait for about a week, and then go back to the workouts. So how's everybody doing this evening? I hope everybody is doing great. I got a little show and tell. I'm trying to figure out what kind of mineral this is. Let me look at it real close. I received it today. I don't know. It's pretty nice. I don't know if it's carnelian or what it is, but I'm going to show it with y'all. I'm going to share it here with y'all. I don't know what it is, but it's very nice. Like this. Let me lighten this up. It's like color red and orange on it, or whatever. It's a palm stone. See, I can get a different lighting here. Just sharing it with y'all. I look at it and it's very red. You can see some sparkle in it. It's a palm stone. I opened up a box from all the minerals that I purchased, and this came in there, and I've been holding this. But what's weird is this one here. It's a heart. When I touch this one, I could feel some energy on it. I'm thinking it's some kind of banded calcite. When I touched this one earlier, it's like it brought me comfort, relaxation. I feel very, very calm and relaxed holding this mineral here. So there's a good mineral to, I guess, keep you calm and relaxed. Yeah, I slept all day. I'm not gonna lie. I slept all day. Did not wake up till like 4 in the afternoon. Of course, we had a 2-hour show yesterday. And of course, I started late today. But that's okay. Yeah, every mineral has something that can help you with. Like when I touch this one, it just made me relax. So that's why I put it here tonight, just so I could have it in my hands while I'm speaking to y'all. Just relax me and stuff like that. And I could feel the energy off of it. How you doing, Merlin? I know there was somebody who said they wanted to come up here and share some stories. And of course, I've got this other raw specimens that I got here. I'm not for sure what kind of specimen it is, but there's small ones there. Look at that. It's got little points on it. I got a little bag of specimens right here beside me. I just got it here. I'll open up several boxes, and I've been unpacking them and putting stuff up in certain locations. I wanna have it. One day, when I finally get everything set up, see what I do. Thinking about selling some of the minerals and stuff like that. But for right now, it's just I'm enjoying the energy, or the protection, mainly the protection. Uh, Makes a big difference. Kind of like the one I'm holding right now. I can feel the energy off of it. That's why I got it in my hand because it's really is very relaxing. It's just re- very relaxing. So I got it in my hand right now, and just to see who jumps on here. Uh, Tonight is open mic night. So let me see if I can drop a link here. Did I drop a link already? Can't even remember. I don't think I have. Oh yeah, there it is. I pinned the link up on top of the comment section. Whoever's in Restream, I don't know if y'all can see the same link on YouTube or not. Let me go see. Merlin is back. How you doing, Merlin? You can't see it pinned on YouTube? Okay, let me see how I can go up in there and pin it up there. I figured that YouTube would automatically put it up there, but I guess not. Okay, here we go. They're right there. Yeah, I've seen it up there. It's pinned on YouTube. I was on YouTube right now, and I could still see it on there. There we go. Yeah, so how's everybody doing tonight? Hope everybody's doing well. Sometimes you just gotta get that rest. Let your body get that rest. There's times that when I do lives, I'll go 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, and then sometimes I'll do an hour. Depends how the body's feeling. But right now, I'm feeling pretty good. That's why I started a little bit late. I figured if I can get a little bit late, everybody's already done doing their shows and stuff. There's times that I wanna do the shows earlier than what I do, but it's better for me to do it the times that I do it because that's when I'm awake the most is at nighttime. Night person. As far as I can remember, I've always had night jobs. When I was in the military, a lot of night shifts. After the military, night shifts. Oh, thank you, Sister Madeline. There he goes. If I can get him a little bit closer, I'll get him closer. But this is as close as I can get him. If I want to show the spiritual encrypted encounters up on top, it's like you're trapped in the crystal. Well, everybody's got a spiritual bubble around them, spiritual aura around them, and your aura is going to radiate to how what you have in your vessel, right? So that's how people are going to see you as, and other things. The Heavenly Father, angels, and things of the balance. They're going to see you for who you are. And it has to do with your personal space. Your personal space is your personal space. The only one that can enter your personal space is what you allow to enter in your personal space. One day I'll do a live and I'll show you the minerals at a close up. Yeah, those top two rows, the top row, nothing but spheres. The one that's right here, spheres. There's some raw minerals over here behind me. Then that one has mineral specimens in it. And I got uh, two big shelves over there in a cabinet with more minerals. That, like I said, I've been trying to open up all the boxes that I have here and try to work on a couple of the other minerals and set them in place. I'm just taking my time with it. You know. Then when I open up a box, of course, I always run into a mineral and I always enjoy it, like this one. And the one that I've been holding in my hand, I feel the energy off of it. Man, this one is like real. It's burning right now. It's like real, like a lot of energy off of this. This whatever's in this, what seems to be either bandit calcite or bumblebee jasper. I think that's what it is. You can feel the energy coming off of it. It's kind of like a bumblebee jasper because it's got yellow in it. Let me do a close up of it. There it is. See. So this here, I can feel the energy off of it right now. So I got it in my hand because it's relaxing me. It's maybe I can put it where I'm feeling something. It could deflect, deflect, deflect any negative energies or negative attachments that surround us. It says the only visitors are the ones who took my babies, and they just to make a foul against me. Uh, I don't understand what you're saying. Whoever Merlin is, I understand what you're saying. That somebody took your babies. Well, I do got something here that I can share with you. You know, if you know people tonight is open mic night. Well, I was thinking one day of sharing the properties of the minerals, what they can do and stuff. I got a deck of cards here of the minerals, of crystals, of what the properties are, what they do. You know, I can go over the deck of cards. You know, for the viewers that are here right now. But I'm thinking that maybe one day I should share the mineral, you know, the deck of cards one day and just talk about everything in general, what the minerals do and stuff like that, the properties, what they can do, how they can protect you spiritually and stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of cards in here. But tonight is open mic night. It's about not unless you want me to talk about some of the properties and some of the minerals. I'll show you a picture of the mineral, and we'll talk about the properties of what they can do and stuff like that. I think I was showing you. I added a black smoky here. It's a raw piece of black smoky wrapped in copper wire, and I added it to be with the black tourmaline that I got here, the raw piece, and the selenite. So I got three here hanging from my neck, and of course I got this amethyst that I got here, purple amethyst, light purple amethyst around my neck here. Got a lot of protection, uh, not just on me but around me, inside my house. You know, as I grew spiritually, I learned things. You know how to be able to protect myself spiritually and be able to fight spiritually. Uh, the of course through Jesus Christ, the Heavenly Father protects us. But there's other things also that can protect us from people coming up against us in a negative way. But tonight is open mic night for whoever wants to jump on here and share a story. Name a mineral and see if I could find. Name a mineral and see if I can find it, and I can tell you the property. What's I know Sister Cynthia, she likes the Smokies. Uh, you name a mineral like the cornelian. Got the cornelian right here. Let me lighten up this a little bit. The carnelian looks like this. This is like a carnelian here. There's a carnelian. It says a cherry red called Sydney, used by ancient Romans in signet rings. Wax doesn't stick to it. And by modern folk to ward off insecurities, Cornelian's fiery energy helps spin us out of fearful thoughts, cycles, and into action. So it kind of like keeps you relaxed, focused on what you got to do. Now it says, who needs it? The underestimated, anybody looking to get acquainted with their fears. It says, hello, fear. My name is, and you say your name. We have some beautiful work to do together. Now, STFU, and let's do this. Where to put it, the Cornelian? Wherever you want to inject some passion and confidence. Some people say you can place it on your body. It says your palate or your pelvis. Where to use it? When you find your creativity of a sex drive and sleep mode. What the hell? Whoa! I want to keep this on standby by the bed. See, it boosts gives you energy. See, I got this one is very red here. It's like a Calcini. See, two different ones. So there you go. Whoever's lacking a little bit of passion in the bedroom, you got to put it on the pelvis area. It's going to give you the extra spark. Get the engine rolling. I mean, I'm just reading what the card is saying, so I don't know who created this card, but you know. But that's what it says. See what else we got here. So the Cornelian could be very useful. You know what I mean? Oh man. So it'll give you a spark of energy. Be like the Energizer Bunny. Merlin, we're talking about something exciting right now, Merlin. We're talking about what a Cornelian could do. You tie it, bind, and rebuke it in the name of Jesus Christ, Brother Merlin. I would suggest if you have an activity that they're manifesting and they're mimicking the voices of your children, carry black tourmaline, selenite with you, or black obsidian, rainbow obsidian, seracina obsidian, golden obsidian, or rainbow obsidian. It'll protect you off the negative energies, the unclean spirits. I'm just saying. They're mimicking your voices because you're missing the children. I mean, I don't know what happened to your children, but I know I raised my son by myself, and my son's still with me. You know, I raised my son, so I don't know what's going on in your case. Okay, let's go on to the next one. Well, I'm going to name a couple of them. So we talked about the carnelian. This is a picture of how carnelian looks. Let me see if I can get better lighting in here. Get this closer. There we go. Carnelian. Okay. Next one is called hematite. Oh, there's Claudio. Claudio is trying to jump on here. How you doing, Claudio?
Hola, hola, ¿me escuchas bien?
I can hear you, brother.
How are you, my friend?
Alrighty. We're just talking about minerals right now. I mean, it is open mic night. I was just going to share a couple more. I just want to share this one here. This one's called hematite. That's how the hematite looks. Let me do it this ways, so I
You
can
have all
get a
those
close up.
you have all those minerals in the background in those furniture,
Oh
right?
yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Hematite
Yeah, you have a
is this.
very
This what
big
is
collection.
hematite? Hematite is a metallic charcoal that takes its name from the Greek word for blood. Like blood, it is full of iron, and like blood, hematite moves the good to where you need it and takes the bad away from where you don't. Who needs it? Anyone stagnating or spun out on something like a new crush or a lifelong exi- existential dilemma. Where to put it? Whenever you are, when you realize it's a time to come back to earth, when to use it, when you feel stuck, when it's at the moon time of the month, I guess it's for females, blood cycle, when you want to pull energy from the earth below and use it to make big things happen. A hematite. Hematite is pretty heavy. I'm just reading what it says.
Hematite is amatista in Spanish.
Yeah, it's
Amatista.
metal.
Ah,
Yeah.
amatista. Yeah.
See, who do we got here? Seen somebody pop in here. So how you been doing, man?
Very well. Thank you. How how about you, my friend? How you been doing?
Doing good. Just taking it easy, man. The weather here is a little bit crazy. Very humid outside, and
It is. Is it raining? It's raining.
well, it rained already, but it's just humid. So I figure that most likely a bad storm will come through pretty soon. You know,
Are you in which part of the state? Like in the north, in the south,
central
in the
central
oh, okay,
central part of the state.
okay.
I don't. I used to live near the coastline back home, South Texas, but I don't live near the coastline no more. I live in Central Texas. I got tired of the flooding, man. But you know what? The flooding happens anywhere. I've seen flooding happen up here in Central Texas when the water from the creeks rise and tornadoes and stuff. Near the coastlines, you got the hurricanes or the tropical storms that come through that cause that.
Yeah, it is. Well, for me, it is the geoengineering permanent execution. So I think in this present, the water is very important. So to control the weather, to direct water resources in order to build data centers, it's crucial. So I think they are doing very strong geoengineering and solar geoengineering operations in order to save water and have water to cool the servers or of the data centers they are building. You know,
Yeah, I don't pay too much to what the government is doing because I know that the power of the Heavenly Father is a lot greater. What man's trying to do, uh, you seen what the Heavenly Father did in the past, you know. So there's not man is trying to make themselves trying to be God. They can't be God. The things that God has done, they will never be able to do. You know, uh, I'm just saying that once enough is enough. That's when the time is that we're all gonna get judged, man. You know, there's no place. There's people. You know, Scientology or there's people that are evil. They're going to be able to hide. There's no location, even if they're underground or wherever they hide. There's no location that they're not going to be found. They're going to be found spiritually. That's what they don't understand. They think, well, we got to protect the body. We got to protect the flesh. The Heavenly Father controls everything. All you got to do is take your spirit. Once you take your spirit, that's it. What is your body going to do? It's not going to be able to sustain itself. Like I said, there's no place anybody can hide where the Heavenly Father is not going to take the spirit.
I
Doesn't matter
agree.
how much money they got, or nothing. There's no
Yeah,
way.
I agree totally because it's what I think about the phenomenon on the human being when there's an earthquake. You know, here in Chile we have a lot of earthquakes and very strong ones. So I think you're totally right. I agree because when there's a very strong matter, if you're rich or poor or failure or successful, you're in feeling the same panic. It's that simple.
You know, it's people. They spend so much time not having a relationship with the Heavenly Father because they want to eliminate it out of the picture. But no matter what they do or what they try to change, they cannot change what's coming. You know, what's coming is coming, and when He shows His presence, that's it. It's too late for those individuals. You know, it's just a what somebody wants to believe in. I'm just here to tell you that He is here. You know, I've seen it where Mother Nature, when I was out in combat, where it broke the most broke records, uh, the most rainfall in that region, and so many things that happened there. There were things that had never happened in the region, but that's what happens when you pray to the Heavenly Father to assist you spiritually. There's going to be those kind of things happening, you know, because when the gates of heaven open, things happen in that nature. So, you know, whether it be earthquakes, rainfall, you know, he's gonna make his presence known, and that's where a lot of the things of records happen. You know, when the Heavenly Father shows His presence. Like I said, man can try to manipulate something, but they can't. The Heavenly Father can stop anything. Anything that even man tries to do, He can stop it.
I agree.
He can make things
Does
disappear, man.
it doesn't matter how strong they try. I think, my friend. I don't know if you remember what I asked you the other time in terms of protecting some spaces in my house. Well, I did it. I don't know if you know Palo Santo, Palo
Yeah,
Santo. The okay,
yeah.
okay. So my mother was her 77th birthday, and they went to have lunch. And I took that time. I was in the apartment, and I did some music and burning Palo Santo, and I did the marks. So I wanted to tell you that I'm really grateful for your advice, because things started changing immediately. And I wanted to ask you and for maybe another advice about what you should do after, like a kind of maintenance, what will be useful to maintain the same ritual, not ritual, but commending to
The
the
cleansing,
higher power. Yeah.
yeah, you can do it whenever you want. You feel whenever you feel, because you'll be able to feel the energy, if it's positive energy or negative energy in your home. So anytime that you feel there's negative energy or you might see something like if there's unclean spirits, shadow figures, whatever, then protect your home again. I remember when I was in Elms Grove, I would protect it daily. It was a daily thing for me to do the protection of the house, protection of the family members, because it was at so much activity there that I had to do it at a daily basis. At times, I would go outside my home and I would do a perimeter around my home of natural stuff
that
like
that makes
salt
sense.
and garlic, and put it around my home in my yard to protect it also. So whatever's trying to come into my foundation can enter.
Let me ask you. It's funny that you mentioned garlic, because what I do is, in one window in the kitchen, I put always a garlic inside a glass of water, and the old lady that taught me that was like, you can drink that water and you can urinate, but outside your house, doing a perimeter like like the cats.
Yeah,
And for me makes sense in terms of there's a geometry in it, right? When you connect the dots, so like shield, it makes sense.
yeah. I haven't done it in this house because it seems very very good. I haven't felt no negative energies. Now, of course, I got the minerals in here for protection, but you can create a protection that protects the windows. Like for example, a raw piece of selenite with a piece of black tourmaline. There's another one I can't remember the name of it right down top of my head, but it's like a square little cube, and it amplifies the energy of all that, makes it stronger. I can't remember the name of it on top of my head right now, but you could always put that together as a combination and just put it by the window. So especially the window you're talking about, you feel something there, put that there because there's always a somewhere where the unclean spirits try to enter. So if you feel that you feel something there, so that's where you put that um, the protection there. Let me see if I can find the name of that mineral that I was talking about. But yeah, you can place that by the window seal, and it'll protect. That's what I did when I used to live in my room. I mean, something I was literally banging on the wall, like something was trying to come in through the wall and through the window. Once I put that selenite in, I put the selenite, the black tourmaline, a raw piece, and can't remember that other one. I put three of them there. All that activity, the banging, the tapping sounds, the knocking sounds, all that stopped. But that'll protect. Some people put those minerals in the four corners of the home to protect the house. But of course, the Heavenly Father is the ultimate protector. But there's nothing wrong to have extra protection.
Yeah, I I did crosses with the Palo Santo in the doors, on the top of my parents' beds, in the windows. behind some pictures that we have in the house. And I did a lot of cleaning of the floor in the corners, and I'm I'm trying to build this system with my parents in terms of do more home tasks and administrate that because they're getting older, and I think I should. I got the feeling that I should manage with them to share and make some discipline of cleaning also, but me being in charge mostly, but in agreement with them, because I think my mother has some friends sometimes that came here, and they are. I cannot kick them out, but let me tell you, I feel I feel when they came because they start telling my mother problems and stuff, and I don't like it. So I intervene and I change the subject very politely, but in my gut, let me tell you, I want to kick her out. So, but that would be disrespectful, and she's my mother friend. And but I tell my mother like, don't don't listen to so many problems. You have your own issues to take care of, and they came here. They tell you all the problems, and then they go and you kept the weight of the energy. So I think what can you do with that when you are in that situation in terms of cleaning the space after this visit comes here sometime?
Yeah, I'm going to show you the mineral I was talking about. It's called optical calcite. Optical calcite with a piece of selenite and a piece of black tourmaline. It's got a lot of energy, man. It'll protect your house from anything coming in through wherever you place it. It's optical calcite, selenite, and black tourmaline. You put those combinations together, it's very powerful,
So
and it'll
combination, yeah.
protect the optical calcite will make the energy of the selenite and black tourmaline that much stronger, like amplify it.
Okay,
The optical calcite normally has like little rainbows in it and stuff. It has like rainbow. Some of them
like
have
like
rainbows.
like a prisma, como
Yeah.
un prisma. Hmm?
So yeah, brother. If follow your spiritual instinct will be my best advice to you. You know, uh, when something has entered the threshold in your home that's uninvited. You kind of like what was happening to me at the other house.
Yeah,
Will I do my lives that it was getting dark around me? Then I'll go into prayer because I had to follow my spiritual instinct and pray against the unclean forces that were trying to come my way.
I understand. I appreciate your advice, my friend, and I will let you know. And please count on me if you need something. I'm a videographer. That's my profession. So anything you need for your channel and anything
Oh,
you want to improve or have another idea how to implement it, please don't doubt to ask me. I will be glad to support your project. Thank you very
thank you,
much,
brother.
my friend.
Yeah, I think the Vikings used to that use that or optical calcite to look through. There's
Yeah,
one that's got like
El Prisma is when you put the light and you have all the colors.
yeah.
That's
I have
great.
one. Yeah, the Vikings used to use it.
Well, oh, it's all good. I need to go now, but I really appreciate your advice. Thank you very
No,
much
no,
again.
no problem, brother. God bless you.
Take care. Thank you.
You and
God
your
bless you.
family, brother.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, I got some sunstone here. I got a sunstone heart. It's got pieces of sunstone in it. This heart. We got a call something here. Let me drop another link. If anybody wants to jump on. Now, I'm glad that Claudio is doing better. The activity that was happening at his house, that there's positive things happening over there. Uh, the best advice I could give Brother Claudio is to maintain your Heavenly Love Foundation if you're still listening, and don't dwell in the negativity. Type out and rebuke it in the name of Jesus Christ. Don't give it power. It's you're children of the light. We're all children of the light. We have the spiritual ability to fight spiritually against these things that try to invade our homes and invade the vessels of our loved ones or friends. That's what we do. We pray for people, and if we have the spiritual ability, we can cleanse, or should I say, cast out spirits out of people that are being spiritually targeted. We have that ability within us because we are children of the light. Of course, all through Jesus Christ. That's how we do the works. See what else I got here of minerals. Smoky quartz. This the one. I got a smoky me around my neck right now, Sister Cynthia. Right in the center is a smoky, a raw piece of smoky. Is wrapped around in wire. It's a raw piece of smoky. Here's this. This is a smoky, but like a lighter smoky. There's different colors of smoky. You got light smoky, medium smoky, then you got some dark smokies. So here we go. Let's see what the smoky says. Let me show the. Let me maybe you can lighten up this a little bit. Let's see what the smoky says. There's a picture. Oh, seems to be a smoky. I got a giant smoky over there, a big smoky in my display. Well, one day we'll go. Once I finish doing everything I have to do, we're gonna take a little tour of the minerals, and if all prices are negotiable here in Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters, spiritual and DDN, spiritual and DDN Cryptid Encounters. I'm just playing, but hey, that's why I got so much, because I wanted to go into business, but that led me to this path of doing the podcast. Okay, let's talk about smoky quartz. It says ranging from almost clear to nearly black, smoky quartz pairs the clarity inducing vibes of clear stones with the protective, do not cross over this line vibes of black ones. Who needs it? It says glass, heavy, empty types, space cadets. What the, man, I don't know who wrote this card, but that's kind of talking about with a sugarcoat nothing. Who needs the smoky says glass half empty types. Wow. kind of like noodle arms. There you go, noodle arms. If you're tuning in, I didn't write this card. I'm just reading what it says. Who need the smoky quartz? Glass half empty types. Space cadets. Come back, come back, come back to this reality. Where to put it? On a chain around your neck, or hidden in your pocket whenever you're certain to find difficult people. That's why I got it on tonight. Not that the members of Spiritual Equipped are difficult people, but we always get that one space cadet, you know, that comes in here, or half an empty glass. So put in your pocket, and it says you're certain to find difficult people in your path. Family dinner tables, conference rooms. Yeah, we know about conference rooms, and subway cars. When to use it? When you fall prey to emotional vampires. When you're just too spacey and can't even. When you're embarking on a spiritual journey, or a journey to pick up your dry cleaning. Extra points if you're thinking, what's the difference? And the bottom of the card says, arm your spiritual warrior. That's what it says. Arm your spiritual warrior. The minerals, man, I felt that. I feel like all the hair stood up in a positive way, like positive energy. Guess it's good that I'm talking about this. Arm your spiritual warrior. And I got a lot of smokies over there, different kinds. I got light smokies, medium smokies. I got some dark smokies. Let me read the comments, and if anybody wants to jump on and join me here while we do this, or you want to share a story, there's a link right here. There we go. Yeah, I got a real dark piece over there. Yeah, Law. I know Law connects minerals, man. I need to hook up with Law, man. Maybe we can work out a deal or something. I know you could. I know you got minerals. Like you talk about it. Maybe you can send me some pictures, and maybe we can work a deal because I collect minerals. I got specimens, and I got a big smoky right here. It's in the bottom right there. It's a big smoky with big points. Oh wow, nice. That's nice, Law. Okay, let's go on to the next mineral here. This one is meteorite. For meteorite showers. It's a piece of meteorite. Let's see what a meteorite does. Let me show you the picture again. A fragment piece of a meteorite. Meteorites are extraterrestrial. Uh-oh. Extraterrestrial. Where's Sister Brenda at? Rocks flung from space. They've been carbon dated to the beginning of time, i.e., even older than our sun. Meteorites came in three forms: nickel iron, chondrites, and palladites infused with radiant peridot. I got some peridot. Who needs it? Children of the stars. Where to put it? Whenever you gaze towards distant constellations, with or without opening your eyes. When to use it? When you're looking to conduct more spiritual energy, try nickel iron meteorite. When you're looking to chat with a friend in another galaxy, ET, go with the chondrite meteorite. When you want to feel aligned to that universal energy that pulsates through everything, try palisite meteorite. And it says in the very bottom, connect to your star stuff. To all those people that believe in the aliens and all that, right? Okay, let me read the comments here. Y'all want me to keep on going with the cards? We'll keep on going with the cards, brothers and sisters. Yeah, a matter of fact, I got some bracelets of peridot. Uh, I just ordered some stuff from a friend. It's got peridot and other stuff mixed up in it. See what I can do with that. Maybe bless some people with raw peridot. If you want me to continue to talk about minerals, give me a thumbs up. Let me go back to the other screen. There you go. This is acting a little bit strange here. Let me see something here. Yeah. Okay, here we go. The next mineral is astrophyllite. Astrophyllite. And this is how this looks. Astrophyllite. This is the next mineral we're going to talk about. Astrophyllite gets its name from the Greek word from star and leaf. It forms in precise brown-orange metallic blades that contain titanium and iron. Very rare and very expensive. It's found in only a few isolated locations like Pikes Peak in Colorado and in Norway and Quebec. Who needs it? Anyone with a permission slip from an intergalactic field trip. Where to put it? Wherever you go to blow the lid off. There's Texas Learning. How you doing, Texas Learning?
Oh, good. You?
Alrighty, brother.
Alrighty then.
It says, i.e. a Vipassana retreat and energy vortex, Area 51. Oh, wow. When to use it? When it's time to step outside of yourself, like way outside. Call on the energy of the astrophyllite to electrify you with superhero purpose so you can take flight. Unlock your highest potential. And that's astrophyllite. We're just having a little bit of fun here reading some of these minerals. I think this cards are pretty cool. How they joke around in there or say certain things, a certain way. So how you doing, Texas Learning?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. So It's alright. Nothing too interesting happening. So, just living life, basically.
Well, that's good, brother. Man, whoever wrote these cards is like crazy, man. The things that they say.
I mean, they are quite funny.
Yeah, they are funny. All right, here's the next one. Shungite, you heard of that one, Bernie? Shungite?
No, I haven't heard of that one.
We got somebody called Beyond the On Discussion here. How you doing? And whoever wrote these cards is like crazy, man. The things that they say.
I mean, they are quite funny.
Yeah, they are. I think he's got he's listening off of YouTube, man. The guy that I just put on, so he's a little bit back, of what we're talking about. So here you go, Shungite.
Oh yeah.
Let me put it to the other screen. It's Shungite. It's like a metal. So let's read about Shungite. Shungite is a coal-like mineral. Its carbon molecules, called fullerenes or buckyballs, form in the shape of tiny geo, geo, geocetic domes. It's electroconductive, and it's only found in Karola, Russia, where local spas have taken advantage of the mineral's purifying powers for centuries. Who needs it? Anybody looking to get honest with themselves. Uh-oh. I want to send a corner to cop one of those.
Oh, lots of people need those.
Yes, it says anybody looking to get honest with themselves. Where to put it? In your water bottle to create shungite infused drinking water? Meditating with shungite can get the good vibes flowing through your like electricity through a neon sign that reads yes. When to use it? When it's time to reclaim your energy from wherever it's been and whomever it's been with. And then it says, get real with your truth. Shungite. I got a couple of pieces of shungite all in the cabinets. I got it in different locations. So you can put it in your water and drink from it because it purifies it. That's pretty cool.
Oh, Rain made a comment. He's saying shungite is good to put around your Wi-Fi and cell phone to take the radiation away.
Yeah.
Oh, I never knew that.
Let me see. Who else is here? Shungite? Yeah, it's just like a little. I think I have a piece somewhere around here. Shungite. It is kind of expensive though. Shungite. There you go. Maybe I'm putting it too close to the screen. Let me see. The other gentleman is there. I don't know who that is. He's got all kinds of lights and stuff. His name is Beyond on the something.
Is it the same guy who tried to jump on earlier?
Now, let me see if it's is off on his cell phone or not.
Hello.
Or he took it off. How you doing?
I'm
Hello.
doing well. I'm a little bit frustrated because your shungite is actually the origin of something called shilajit. Are you familiar with that?
No, I was just looking through the cards there and just reading some of the properties and stuff of the minerals.
Well, I have some history on that. You can go back into the Torah and different writings, but one of the most striking writings is where Shiva came down to a god, as a god, to a king. And when he did, he brought a essence of what he was. The essence of what he was is referred to as Shilajit, okay, which is a derivative of what you're talking about. But alongside of what you find there, you'll find a tar. Now, as far as I know, Pikes Peak is a Trojan horse. Even though you can find some of the elements there, you're not finding what is actually the benefit. It comes from the Himalayas. And you have 90-pound kids that are taking Sherpas that are taking 180, 200-pound Europeans up the mountain. Well, what they don't tell you is the fact that these are the kids that are actually taking these 200-pound men up the mountain and winding up carrying them back when they break their leg. How come they're so healthy? It's because of the Shilajit. They eat it just like garlic, okay, over there. And the Sherpas, have it. I actually take that every day. I'm not going to advertise here. It's not my company, but I would be very careful because there's only a couple of companies I've been able to find that test every batch. In addition, there's people out there selling the monatomic silver and monatomic gold. There's so little in there, it's not worth it. The filler will hurt you more than the silver or gold will help you. But one of the reasons why I joined was because you had an open mic, and I didn't want to. You have a really good topic today, but I've been going around to different open mics and sharing a few of the things that Beyond Undisclosed has found, and getting a few people excited about. If you don't mind me changing the subject a little bit.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Well, disclosure is actually already complete. We have more information in the civilian than they actually have at the government. They have the actual connect the dots to the government, but they don't have the information. We have all the information, but we never connected the dots. And one of the things I'd like to bring to you is correction on the current dogma concerning the Greys. Now, we already know there's supposed to be a board or a council of so many. It used to be 12, now it's down to 9. And many of these species are not indigenous to Earth. It's not a very good idea. Remember the 1920s War of the Worlds? What stopped the aliens then? Hey, guess what? It'll stop them today, too. They're not built for this planet. We were. As a matter of fact, if you think about it, when was the last time you stopped at a dead deer to have lunch rather than a McDonald's? Have you ever considered that? You know, every single other being, from the insects to the carnivores to even the herbivores, can eat that dead deer. You can't. We can't drink the water. Why? We were never born here. We were created here. Another act of creation. Okay. However, here's the problem. Where are all these Greys coming from? How come we have a description of 7 or 8 types of Greys that we actually have? Well, the truth is, going back to Draconians, one of the oldest stories dating back the furthest any history has ever been recorded has been about the Draconians. The Draconians came across the original Greys. There was 2 races of this. They changed the DNA of these Greys in order to better survive space travel. Now, you probably have already guessed that a lot of witchcraft and things of that nature are actually descriptions of the same thing we've been dealing with 10,000 years, just a different 3 blind men and the elephant. Well, it's a snake. Well, it's a wall on pillars. Well, no, it's a giant pig, and I brought physical evidence to prove it. Which end of the elephant were you standing at? So we have this major problem. So we have in witchcraft the cauldron with 3 witches around it stirring up weird biological parts. That's absolutely true. These creatures feed from their skin. They take a bath in order to be able to eat. They take some Vaseline, put it on their skin. They just ate for a month. Okay, and again, they also sweat. So they were biologically changed to survive the rigors of space. Okay, these two particular races gave basically what we're referring to as the gnome or the golem. And the golem is actually these alien grays that we're familiar with here. What they are is biological firewalls between us and them. They're made of plants. That way, they're not going to be running around with mammal biological problems. Okay, so they can interface with us and then go back. And again, they get their nutrients from their skin. And the revelation that these are firewalls means that the activity we've seen on the moon is actually their home planet. Now, if we went to another planet, we had a problem breathing on the surface and all these other problems like a hurricane or something like that, what makes more sense for you? Making a glass bubble in order to try to live under, or digging a hole and throwing a door on it? Digging a hole and throwing a door on it. We have all these underground tunnels that have been discovered that humanity was supposed to be stuffed in, that was part I'm sorry, I'm getting old. There's a phrase I'm looking for here. It's French or something like that, but it's in the progression of the earth. We had a meteor shower before we had the flood. And these all are actually compressed into a single event. They're not separate events. The flood happened directly after the meteor shower. The meteor shower broke up the ice that used to be between us and space. We used to have 8 times, I'm trying to remember some of these numbers, but 8 times the air pressure that we have today. Well, that was during the time that we had an ice sheet that was way up in the sky that was actually protecting us from UV and stuff like that, and gave birth to the first rainbow. The sheet of ice was created by microwaves and the energy that is coming off the pyramids. They were active. And that microwave energy created a ionized zone where anything that would be moisture, it would push the moisture up further and trap it in the upper atmosphere and create a sheet of ice due to the propulsion. And if you're familiar with the story of Nibiru, okay, the moon smashing into Tiamat, well, that's the asteroid belt. Why are we so close to the sun compared to the asteroid belt? It's real easy. The Earth is what's left of Tiamat. It was actually moved here. We have more than one species that moved here, and it wasn't mankind. We have the mantis. We have remote viewing of the mantis actually being in charge of the actual pyramids being built. We have the Carillion photography showing the spiral of energy coming off the top of the pyramids. Not one, but all of them. It's just like the same practice ball that they had in Star Wars. It had little puffs of air and it had a grid. Well, the grid is our ley lines. These ley lines align equally across the earth. And these are microwave, excuse me, microwave propulsion units that was made in order to move the earth into a lower orbit. And at that time, it had a perfect rotation. It was perfectly in line with the plane of the universe. Later, we have the Gulf of Mexico. You want to find the actual meteor that did it? It was the Gulf of Mexico. That's a meteor strike. Nobody ever talks about that. You can take a look at the map and see how nice and round it is, with Florida sticking out of one side and the other part collapsed. There you go. There's your Gulf of Mexico. So, but when did that happen as compared to the black ribbon event, where there's a black ribbon that goes globally? Okay, that was the actual asteroid strikes where we actually moved underground. And then when we came above ground, it was lawlessness, absolute lawlessness. Shortly after, the ice, because of the asteroids punching a bunch of holes in it, finally collapsed and caused 40 days and 40 nights of rain. There was no longer a microwave in order to blast upward from these pyramids. There wasn't enough strength in order to sit there and draw all that moisture up in order to sit there and repair it. Instead, it fell apart because the microwaves are no longer being generated from the pyramids. You can take a look at it. All these dots actually connect. And are you familiar with Robert Morningstar?
No.
Robert Morningstar is the executive editor for UFO Digest for the last 20, 25 years. That's back when it was actually in print on the newsstand, and I'm actually his sound man. Okay, and we're working on this thing called Beyond Undisclosed. By the way, I like your hat. Let me show you something.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, I got something here. Just a second. I got to find it because... Oh, my God, what happened? Here it is. It says a lot about a man that wears a paper boy. I don't know if you can see that. Okay, but the true dedication of these hats is you're dedicated to family. You work for your family. You don't work for yourself. You work for the benefit of others. It's always been a privilege to have worn this hat. You know who gave me this hat? Well, it's been replaced once, but do you know who originally gave it to me? Old Lady Greco from the fish market, dating back to Al Capone.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was my my grandmother-in-law. She gave me this just before I married her granddaughter.
My grandfather used to wear them all the time, and I got this one, and I've been having it. I'm a combat veteran, serving in the military for 10 years.
Army,
and,
Navy, Marine?
Yes, I was in the Army.
Okay.
I got my hats. I was in Operation Desert Storm, was a tanker.
I don't have such a glorious thing, but I do have 211 Cav on my cat.
Nice. Yeah.
Okay. I was stationed over Bad Kissingen during the 80s. And yes, I actually am one of in the fraternity of those been shot at, but I didn't have a chance in order to shoot back.
Yeah, I think let me get my hat. I got my hat over here so I can show you. Yeah, I think I got cross attached with 1-8 Cav and 1-5 Cav. I was in 212 Cav. Before that, it was 132 Armor.
Oh,
when I was going to combat, I was at my first duty station was Germany, so I went with 135 Armor. All
now,
iron side.
Yeah, there you go.
I got this is from 135.
I share that pass with you from basic training, by the way.
Yeah, I got a little tank right there, right here.
Yeah. Okay, so were you mechanic, driver, gunner?
I was a tanker.
Okay, so all around driver, gunner, and whatever.
Everything, yes.
Okay, I was a 63 Tango. I worked with the Bradley fighting vehicle, and boy, I tell you, those things do not swim as they are advertised.
The PCs, they do float. The PCs. M113.
Oh yeah, no, you can get an M13.
They had those Bosch pumps.
The awning on M3, forget about it. It collapses way easy. You get a wave over a foot tall, you're done. Now, if you sit there and try to float a M13, yeah, you can do that all day long. They are a boat, okay. But the Bradley is 3 times as heavy and blah 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 with the turret. Are you kidding? Fully loaded. Good luck. But I was over there in '87 at Hohensfeld, and I got to see some of the high energy stuff. And we also had drone training, swarm training back then. Wait a minute, back then? Oh, wait a minute. What is your opinion of the high energy weapons over Hawaii? The only thing I know of, according to Army training, is the fact that that was a high energy weapon. It settled in the electrical. It set everything else in fire. That's exactly what we trained in our tanks. What happens to our tanks? Well, the electric is the first thing to go. Why? It melts the fucking wires out. Okay, so that's exactly what we had in Hawaii. Why isn't any other vet standing up? That puzzles the hell out of me. And then here's the other thing. You remember NIST Commission for 9/11? Okay.
9/11?
How long have we been training with thermite underwater and everything? Wasn't the Navy SEALs 1958, right? Okay, so since 1958, we have had specialized explosives in order to work underwater. Now, I've jumped professions, and I'm going back to school now. I'm going back to law school at my ripe old age, but it struck me that how they got away with it. How did they get away with 9/11 when the NIST Commission says, hey, listen, there isn't no such thing? National Geographic comes out with this great big long hour-long thing. Mythbusters come out with 1,500 pounds of thermite sitting on top of a car and couldn't do anything. But nobody mentioned a shaped charge. I'm waiting for someone to come to court and say, well, Your Honor, it's impossible that my client shot anything because guns don't exist. Here, let me prove it to you. I'm going to take a bucket. I'm going to put a pound of gunpowder in this bucket. Not just a couple of grams, but a pound, Your Honor. And I'm going to take this 50 caliber stainless steel firing ball. I'm going to put it right on top. Look what happens when I set this on fire. Great big smoke, everything goes. And oh, look, the 50 cal is still sitting in the bottom of the bucket. So there's no such thing as a gun, Your Honor. So my client's innocent. How about that for a legal argument? That's exactly what the NIST came out and said. There is such a thing as a gun. It's called a shaped charge. And the professor from Princeton came out and proved that with just a half a pound of thermite, homemade thermite, not military grade thermite, okay? Not 4 times, 5 times as powerful as what he made, but with just less than half a pound, he was able to go completely through these girders. Oh, well, that doesn't happen. Oh, that ain't possible. Then we have all the footage inside of the towers themselves. We have the explosions, pop, 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 which was the removal or the caps in order to get rid of the bolts. Okay, we have a symmetric failure. Okay, well, any kid that sits there, let me run this by my 4-year-old. We'll build a tower as tall as I am out of bricks. You pull one brick out of the bottom. Which way does it go? Does it fall into its basement? No. Was the damage on one side more than it was on another? Yes. That means that it's falling that direction. It doesn't fall into its basement. And yet, how many veterans like you and me know this? How many can testify that, oh, by the way, in 1986, we can use thermite to cut metal? Oh, by the way, National Geographic in the late 1800s, no, it was earlier than that, it was mid 1800s, came out and shown the golden spike being driven for the railroad. What do you think they were cutting metal with back then? The early form of thermite. Okay, they were not only cutting the metal, they were welding it back together. You go and talk to any railroader and find out, anybody that works on the railroad. You find out, my uncle worked on the railroad. He knew it. Instant it happened. Thermite cuts metal. What the hell are they talking about? How many actual professions, including demolition, do we have that has used thermite since the early 1900s? In World War I, the most frightening thing, both of me and you know it, is that weird-looking water tank that has a cannon on it. Water tank. Where did the word tank come from? Well, it's classified. It wasn't a weapon. It was merely a water tank. A motorized water tank. That's all it was. And so now we call it a tank. Why? Because it was classified. But guess what? Actual weapon. It was called a land torpedo. What is a land torpedo? It's nothing more than a pipe with a bunch of thermite stuck in it that you aim at the track, and it'll cut the track in a heartbeat. And yet now we're convinced that thermite can't cut metal. And yet I was trained with it in 1980s. How did they train me in the 1980s to combat against and create thermite? You know, it's amazing. They teach you to break it before they teach you to fix it. Don't they? Here's how you break this off and this here. And they show you all the vulnerabilities and then they tell you how to fix it as a mechanic. You know, you go into your barracks and what do you got? You got one of them map holders. You remember where they had like 75 little slots in order to put all your maps in? Well, they're full of fucking what? Training stuff. You can pick one of those up, drop them back off at the CQ desk. There's a great big rack of them there. Anything you want to know, whether it be NBC, nuclear, biological, improvised weapons, there's always a brochure right there at the CQ desk, right? Am I lying?
You know, they do those classes now. They're classes that you take, and it'll give you points every topic you cover. They give you points to get promoted.
They were just briefings. You can, I mean, you if you attended, you were noticed, and it wasn't a point system back then.
Yeah, Justin, I did drive. I got to drive a M60.
Oh, really?
When I was in Germany, we played the Op 4, the enemy.
Right.
And the enemy vehicle was M60.
What year was that?
This was in 1989, 1990,
wow,
before I got deployed
right at the
overseas.
same time I was.
Yeah, 1990. I was out there. I was stationed in Erlangen, Germany. It was training in Homefelds.
Yeah.
So we had to play Op 4.
From home. So what happened to me? My mother, it turns out. Now, here's a little piece of American trivia for you. My mother worked at the Des Moines ammo plant. Okay. And I was a child. I was sleeping in the back of a 68 Impala. Great big, nice, great big, long, bed. And I'd sleep there when she had night shift. And she was a supervisor on the ship. If they had a shipment, they had a bunch of 60 cal that come off the pallet and stuff like that. She had to sit there and defuse every single bullet. And then when her shift was done, somebody else had to sit there and just work every single bullet and empty the bullet out. It was fucking funny. But I remember these stories and this, that, and the other thing. But it dawned on me. This was the same plant that was building the Patriot missiles. So a couple of months ago, it suddenly dawned on me, my mother's panties are flying over Iran right now. My mother's panties are flying over because that's what they did. They put their panties in the inside the rockets and stuff like that. It was like, and I remember that conversation because my mother had got like some old panties she had because everyone was doing it. She brought like 7 or 8 of them to work, and it was a big question why she had them with her or something like that. It was when we passed the gate in order to get into parking. So that was funny as hell. But yeah, you were in about the same time I was. I was 211 Cav, bad kissing in Germany. Do you remember where they had? It would have been maybe just before you arrived or something like that, where there was a guy that got in a bulldozer, hit the fence on the Russian side, and then we had to cover him, and he got out. He got into a tank trap right at the no man's land. Got out, went to almost to our fence, and they, got him trapped there, and we were returning fire, and he wound up going back to that tank. Okay, it was actually a bulldozer, and getting the bulldozer unstuck and then getting it back over to us. That actually happened through 211. I was on duty at that time, and what they don't tell you is after that firefight, and remember I told you I've been shot at, but I didn't have the opportunity to shoot again. Well, I was sitting on a boulder. We were deployed. It was about 6 miles south of us that was all happening. And I was sitting on a boiler. It was fucking wet, man. Everything was wet. My boots were all swelled up. My feet were swelled up and white. And I was sitting there trying to get one of my boots in order to sit there and get some wax in it so I could actually wear it and start to dry out. And I was sitting right at the back of the M3 and right by the rear track. Okay. And the boulder was about the same height as the track. And I sit there and I heard funny sound. It was like a bumblebee. You know how you'd sit there and shoot things across the classroom with a ruler? Well, if I had taken a bumblebee, put it on that ruler and shot it across the class, it's like weird sound, man. I'm looking around. It's like, what the fuck, you know? And then I hear it again. It's like, what the fuck? What the hell was that? And then I hear it one more time. And I look up, and the tree right in front of me has a slit in it this far that just popped out of the tree with a little hole in the front of it. I could see daylight through. And I sit there and yelled, "Sergeant Hodges!" And I went like this, and I slipped on the rock. I went butt first between the rock and the fucking track.
Oh, man.
And I couldn't, my legs were clear up here. I couldn't do anything. Sergeant Hodges, we were just issued the A2, the M16A2, 3-round burst. Sergeant Hodges had went and splurged $5,000 on a sight, and he had just set it up. This idiot left his rucksack out where it could be seen. And Sergeant Hodges, 3-round burst, sit there and rolled his rucksack up this hill. And then you could see him come out, the rifle slung over his arm, just drooping. He didn't care. All he cared about was his precious rucksack. That had to have been 2 months of pay for him. He was separated. Just thought we were on the wrong side of the thing and started giving us pot shots.
You ever run into any of those javelinas? Those wild boars at the ammo points?
No.
And the wild boars were huge over there.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I
Huge.
lived in Bad Kissing, and so the wild flicking was right there. We had a like 800.
So you was up there where it was cold. Wild flinking.
Oh yeah.
I heard
Oh yeah. We had
it'd be
800
freezing
acres
over
to
there.
go
Wild
in there.
flinking.
There was a little walkway that you could go in. It was maybe a block long and about half a block wide. And you'd walk in, and there was a few animals, but all the other animals, they were free. We had rams, we had deer. I had a wife and child with me, and my wife sat there and was trying to take and shoo a fucking 6-point deer away. Okay, so a fawn could get in and eat the corn. That doesn't work. I almost lost my wife that day. But yeah, I was over there. One of the first things I did was an absolute Three Stooges. I went to the
So what year were you in? When did you join?
I joined 86. I was a hardship discharge getting out. That's where I was going with my mother. My mother had more pull. She called Senator Obermeyer, and within 7 days, I was being pulled out of Hohensfeld, going straight to to Red Cross, to the airport, and then I couldn't do that. And then they turned around and sent me back to the unit, and then I got all my wife and my kids and all my stuff packed. And then they sent me back to the Red Cross, and then I was on the way. So it was less than a week and a half that I was coming back to stateside. I worked the MEP Center in Des Moines until my discharge. So, but well, it kind of saved me because they were exposing me to a lot over there. I knew what I was looking at because my father was part of Operation Aphrodite in World War II. He was actually one of the technicians. And if you don't know it, that's where they actually filled B-24s completely up with explosives and flown them by radio control. And TV was top secret. Well, he built the TV and he built the radio control units that went in those. So when I got to my duty station, they were giving me a runaround. I was getting exposed left and right to things that I shouldn't have been. I had the clearance, but I was just a private. Don't show me shit. I seen a high energy demonstration that blow your fucking mind. And we're not talking about something just sitting and crisping. We're talking about things that exploded. Your skin would bloat and it'd turn into a balloon, literally, and the balloon would pop. That was it.
Wow.
Just
I know they use something like that dealing with the satellite, dealing with dropping some kind of signal on the troops.
what they
That
do
it
is
make
they create
they
a
drop a signal frequency from the
yeah.
satellites, and it
Well,
makes some of the
what
troops
happened in Maui.
go
That's what
change
happened in Maui.
demeanor.
It's exactly what happened in Maui. But what it is, a two-part thing. What they do is they create a standing wave, which is in the microwave range, and then they can target. They have 360 degrees around them that now is in that first pattern. But in order to be able to target, they take a second frequency and they aim it directly at the target. The two frequency mix and it destroys the target. It's the same way they're shooting down UFOs. But yeah, they had some directional weapon. When before I went in, I was actually a server at the Omni International Motel in Miami. Did you ever hear about the Tesla lightning gun that actually shoot lightning over 25 feet?
I never heard of it.
Yeah, this thing it's just like a Aladdin's lamp or Aladdin's ladder, with the arc going across it, and then it had a magnetic pulse that happened behind it, would actually take that arc and it would throw it out 20, 25, 50 feet. Okay. And within 25 feet, if you shot this twice at a telephone pole, it'd cut the telephone pole down.
Wow.
I seen that demonstrated in the 70s at the International Motel. They had Prince, somebody from Saudi Arabia that was staying at the motel. They had a lot of black suits running around, this, that, and the other thing. But I was just a kid at that time. I was working as a server and as a washer for that. And I did get to serve the Duke, John Wayne.
The Duke.
Yeah, he stayed there. It was a popular place for celebrities and stuff like that. I worked there during the day and I played all night in the arcade in the mall when I was off work. So, it was just something for me to do. But yeah, it was good exposure. This is Reggie, by the way. He's a 1.5-year-old rescue golden retriever. He's doing good today. I woke him up by being online.
Somebody asked a question, brother. They said, "Where can we get the info about that speaker?" With a question mark.
Are you speaking about me?
We got a member that said Neva's Angel. Says, where can we get the info about that speaker?
You mean me?
I'm not sure what she's talking about.
I've spoken about a lot of things. You can get.
He said, "So cool. I live where his ranch is here in Arizona." He's talking about the Duke.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was cool. I may have been in his presence for less than 5 minutes, but there it was. For me it was great. It wasn't like I was in a movie with him or anything.
Yeah.
I will tell you, I do have contact with the Roy Rogers show. One of my family members was actually a horse trainer and rider trainer for all their trick riders for the Roy Rogers show. One of my family members. So
she's talking about the gun that shoots lightning.
Oh, that there is some documentation.
Gun or energy gun.
It really does look like a phaser, except it has a hood over the front of it with two prongs out. And then if you look directly down the center, instead of a barrel, it's a solid core through this that goes the entire length of the gun. The pistol version of this was just as powerful as the rifle version of it because they had the same length of the core. Okay. And the core had a wrapping on it. It actually, basically what it did is it established the arc in front of it. And then just like, the little lighter clicker that you have, that's all it was. And it would pass through the coil and energize that core. And it would sit there and be the opposite polarity of the spark. So it would the same polarity as a spark, repelling the spark. And that's how basically it worked. We've had those things since the 50s. Okay, practical, but we never used them. They don't require
They
ammunition.
remind me of those guns that they used to use in those Godzilla movies.
Yeah,
The
basically.
tanks that were shooting those lightning at them or something like that, right?
Right.
Like
You
a
can find
beam.
some documentation. Use ChatGPT. Well, I wouldn't use ChatGPT. It's the near the close to the number one hallucinant out there. I'd use Claude. I've used Claude for technical stuff, and it's been fairly accurate. I actually found a project I worked on when I was in college called GridStar, and some old papers that we had written. I thought was completely forgotten, but it never came to fruition. But it's rather accurate. If you ask it about the ARC gun, ARK gun, then you might be able to find it. But again, it's just simply because I was working up there. I was running between the rooms and the conference rooms and stuff like that, and they had it in the conference room actually demonstrating it.
Wow.
Oh yeah, well, hey, listen, you know the movie with the buildings on the moon, the the one that was made really famous from the Mexican version. Okay, I actually seen bits and parts of that during these conferences and too, because this motel was again international, it was 5-star, and stuff like that. But again, I was just a kid, and I didn't know exactly what I was looking at, at the time. It would be years afterwards I'd realize what I actually witnessed.
When you're in the military, do you ever witness? I mean, when you train in home fields, you train in Grafenwehr, right?
I didn't train in Grabber, no.
In home fields.
I got to Hohenfeld.
Flicking.
I got to Hohenfeld, and we were supposed to be there for an entire month. I was pulled out in the second week. My mother had that much fucking pull. I couldn't believe it.
So you didn't witness anything out of the ordinary there, when we talk about cryptids. You never noticed or experienced anything dealing with
yes.
Bigfoot?
Bad Kissing in Germany, we had a Vril actually hover over the base at Bad Kissing in Germany. There wasn't a person in town that didn't see it. It was moving between two layers in a wind shear. Okay. The angle of the wind shear was about 30 degrees. No way. I don't care what the hell airplane you have. I mean, before I ever got to duty, I was flight line security for Oshkosh. Okay, military flight line security for Oshkosh. I'd spent that much time with airplanes. I knew everything that flew. When I sit there and reported it, because everybody was like, "Do we report it?" Well, we're just going to report what we see. And I think it was my sergeant, and then we had the CO sitting in the back of the room. Okay, and my sergeant, let's just put it to rest right now. That was a C-130 with an AWAC antenna. It's like, well, then if that's the case, sir, I have to report a C-130 with an AWAC antenna just went down north of town, because there's no possible way that's going to survive. Not even a hurricane plane would have been able to go through that wind shear. And I've seen them. I've been in them, Oshkosh, I had a lot of fun in Oshkosh. I actually escorted the supersonic Concorde. I escorted that. A proud little guy on a moped. Didn't get to go in it, but I was the guy on the moped in front of it, getting it to the runway. I was there for, I can't remember his name now, the P-51, the belly flopped. I was flight line security for that. I was only about 250 feet away from where he went down. And that was a crowd control situation. I'm glad I was on a bike, because I had to run back and forth, keeping people away from it for at least 5 minutes before people realized, hey, we have, firefighters for that, so you got that many professionals in one place. They all want to interrupt each other. You know what I mean? But it's been a wonderful experience, and what's been really enlightening. Have you followed Linda Moulton Howe at all?
No, I've never heard.
Well, she describes, and she's been involved in this stuff often enough, and has been privy without release. Okay, on so many different things. She was invited to a Black Ops location here in Colorado. I live in Colorado, by the way, and
I got cousins in Colorado.
she describes having to go to this place and starting about 2 miles from the entrance of this place, there's a bunch of people working on the fences, trucks, this, that, and the other thing. But the one thing that you'll notice is there's an M16 leaning against the fence post. And these guys are all in civilian clothes and stuff. And it was leading up to the entrance of this Black Ops, which is here in Colorado in a valley. Well, after her description, it wasn't too difficult nor to figure out that the no-fly zone, which is exactly 35 miles west of where I am sitting right now, is the location that she was talking about, and it's an underground dumb location. It's an entranceway.
Wow.
Yeah. And the other thing of it is I've caught a dot, just a dot in the sky. The problem is it's twice as bright as the North Star, and it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't rotate with the rest of the stars or anything. It just sits there about 12 degrees off the horizon. And when I realized after a while what I was looking at, I have a Canon 7D, it has a 20 magnification. I zoomed into it, and I actually could see the plasma on the top of the craft rotating one direction, plasma on the bottom of the craft rotating the other direction, with a black line at the intermediary of the two polarities for the plasma bubble. And I actually have a footage of that. Now, I sent that to Robert Morningstar. Robert Morningstar is the photographic evidence or the expert that they quote in all the JFK documentaries, finding the actual trail from the bullet, okay, from the JFK assassination. Would you like to know what I found? And it's safe. I'm not going to spam you. I have it posted on my channels. It hasn't been taken down. But would you like to know?
You want to drop a link, brother? You drop a link here, and I can share it to the group so people can follow you.
I can. I tried to open up the private chat. It didn't open for me. Oh, here it is. They rearranged this.
Maybe my moderators seeing your profile. Maybe they can drop the link here. I think Sister Madeline. If you get the link to his channel.
Let me find it for you, because there's 3 or 4 different versions. I have a clean version on Rumble. The one I have on YouTube was fast, furious, and not polished. And I got carried away at the end. I just couldn't believe what I had just broadcast. We'll put it that way.
They're trying to say, can we get the speaker's name?
My name? You can call it Gnissim. GNISSIM is my original name that people would know me by late 90s, early 2000 in the UFO field. I'm also known as Beware Mouse and
how you doing, Brother Wolf?
I'm sorry?
Brother Josh Turner jumped in here from Paranormal Roundtable. He's into all the things that you're talking about.
Are you familiar with Gnissim and Vril Elf, ELF, as in extremely low frequency?
I've heard of low frequencies like that in Fort Hood. Of
the old channel,
very low frequencies.
Back. It's called Scrim Runner. Okay, Scrim Runner and Scrim Runner 2. You can find that back. Just you do Roswell and you'll find our old channel. But that's who I am. That's when I had my claim to fame for a short period of time. Let me cue this up here for you. But you know how a high power, even low power, to leave a contrail, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This is Charlie Kirk. You're not going to believe where this contrail comes from. Come on, play. It's right at the end of this video. And let me get a link for you. Here's the Rumble link I'll put in for you. and it's in the private chat right now. That's
Okay.
going back to Beyond Undisclosed on Rumble. Like I said, it's just a better edit. It's the same footage, but it's a better edit of what I did. I just really got carried away at the end. I just can't believe there's so many people that missed this. Oh, by the way, the FBI has the same footage since day one. This is the footage that was made public that was a little bit gory, but guess what? I cut all the gore out. Why? Because the gore is after he was hit by the bullet. I wanted to know what happened before the bullet hit him. And this is what I was able to get. Let me bring this up right.
Let me see if I can make it bigger here for you.
It's pretty visible, but you can go to Rumble and blow this up a little bit more, or slow it down a little bit more. And you pay attention to this area of the screen right here. Although there's things moving on the round, you will see something.
From the guy that's in the background from the cell phone.
Didn't you see it just
The
now?
actual bullet.
Yeah.
Did you see that pass by from the top down? It was right here.
Yes.
Watch.
Yes.
You see the shadow?
Yeah.
Well, what's going on?
Now,
How come I can find that, but our FBI cannot? Robertson is completely innocent. He was shot by a drone. Now, we took the angles of this, and we took the angle of the balcony. This is coming from in front of the balcony. The reason why there isn't any echo is because it was above the crowd and echoed into the grass. It wasn't below the buildings. The 30-06 was below the buildings. That would have echoed off the buildings. This was shot by a drone. We have a plane taking off without a transponder. This is a military operation. It was a 9-passenger airplane that flew from the airport directly to the Charlie Kirk event. It circled the Charlie Kirk event several times during the time that it shot, and then it left. That was first-person perspective, drone with a sniper rifle. And we don't have to go any further. Okay, and again, I don't have any gore in this. I'll let it play a couple more times.
what I haven't played is the audio.
Listen to the audio. You can hear the report and
You can hear the report. After you hear the report, you actually hear the impact.
just like it hit a coconut.
Pop. You hear it? Chink.
Yeah.
Pop.
Directly through his spine, out his neck. Now, how many deer hunters do we have? How many people that's come back from actual military deployment that knows the damage that a 30-06 does? And why isn't the backdrop got any blood on it whatsoever? How are they continuing to have this trial? How? There's no, it's just nonsense. Absolute freaking nonsense that any of this is happening. And yet, hey, look, Robertson is still on trial. Meanwhile, somebody, because of the Israeli connection, got upset with him that he gave the money back and took it right out of him. By the same thing we're using over in the UK right now that nobody thinks is real and is a UFO. No, this is a drone with a sniper rifle. And we were doing this with FP. You remember foot per second, the Russian guy that was doing all these crazy things with the A2 shotgun and stuff like that? He made a drone with a sniper rifle, first-person perspective, and a target, and he shot it. He's no longer on the air anymore because he revealed their new secret. There it is. I can't absorb how crazy this is, dude. And here we got me, we got you. Is there anybody that can sit there and argue about Army training? Are they going to prove Army training wrong? Are they going to prove our Marines wrong? Are they going to prove our Air Force wrong? They're not. Who the hell are they selling it to? Well, they're selling it to people like furries and transvestites, and that's their base now. That's their narrative. Oh, well, we got 500,000 furries and a few transvestites, and Bob Hope in a dress that says so. I'm sorry, I don't care what they do. It's still Bob Hope in a dress. He's not going to be pregnant in 2 weeks. So I mean, I don't know how many times recently I stopped going to the bar entirely because people are in it. These people are in it. There's no possible way of not insulting them. I'm a comedian as well. I go into Denver.
Comedian. Oh, wow.
I'm sorry?
A comedian.
Yeah, I don't mix the two worlds.
Oh, okay.
When I do go out, I wear a green mask for a green screen, and I'm just a nobody. I'm just a guy that was there, showing irony of the world. And I love doing it, but I haven't been able to do that for months either. So, but at any rate, if you really want to get down to it, it's a joke, and the joke's on us. Okay? It's up to us in order to sit there and say, no, I don't know who these people are, but that's not Army training. This is high energy weapon, not a storm. Okay? This does cut metal, and we've been doing it since the railroad days, before we even had an airplane in the air. Okay? The Twin Towers were built with three levels of fire protection. Okay? Why? Because of the strike of the Empire State Building in the 20s, or excuse me, in the 30s, when they were accidentally hit the Empire State Building with an airplane. All the buildings thereafter had these fire codes they had to follow. But somehow an explosion at the third level caused a fire on the first level. Impossible. Not going to happen. You have all these firefighters with 2 black eyes and a punched out nose. Where do you think they got that from? An explosion in the lobby. That's what. Okay, so how is it that we can have all of our professionals on this planet, and no wonder we're a fucking laughing stock? Because we'll buy anything. Now I've got myself depressed. You want to tell me a good story?
A good story. Well, let me tell you a funny story.
Okay.
I was in training in home fields. I was on the. Remember I told you that I got to drive an M60.
Right.
Well, we were playing the outfield.
I didn't know it was still running. I was told there was
back then.
Goldenfeld, but we had.
They were using those tanks to play the out 4, right? And I was the out 4 on the. So it was cold as hell, and I had to go do number 2. And my platoon sergeant told me, "Don't go too far because there's the wild boars out there." And it's like, man, there's no, I'm not worried about the wild boar. I gotta go. It's already ready to go.
Right.
So I get off the tank and I take my little trench tool, the little shovel you have to open up, and start digging a hole because we're supposed to dig a hole. And I fixed, take off the zipper, and it's cold as hell. And so I said, let me make this fast. And as I'm fixing the download,
right,
I hear,
oh my God,
man, that's what I hear is this loud sound behind me. So when I turn around like this, all I see is some red eyes looking at me, and it's coming towards me. I didn't even get to handle business. I don't even know how I jumped on the back of that M60, but I jumped on the back deck. When I jumped on the back deck, the wild boar was bigger than the back deck because you could see the back of it behind the back. That's how big the wild boar was. Had tusks and everything.
Now, mind you, I do remember them talking about that, especially when we went to bivouac. We got alert and we had to go to bivouac. And they mentioned that in bivouac. But our biggest thing, and since you were a driver, you know about this too, do not hit a chicken. It'll cost you a year's pay to hit one lousy fucking chicken. You remember that? You want to go ahead and tell how that comes to be?
Well, you can tell them the story. The only thing I know is when I did handle business, I was hanging from the bustle rack, handling business from on top of the 60 man, because I didn't want to get off of it after I seen the wild boar.
Oh yeah, no, like I said, what do you think I was doing on a boulder instead of just sitting on the ground? I was sitting on the boulder right next to it. You know, just get out off over the back of the track and sit there. The air's going up behind you, the engine's on, you know, and you hear this funny. It's like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah, how cold would it get in wild flicking? Because I heard that was real cold over there. Was it below zero?
Dude, when I got there, it was way below zero. We were working on 20 below and stuff like that. And dude, the only thing I had was a cot. I got there, I had a blanket and a fucking cot and my winters on. That's all I had. And I never realized that you could actually warm up as long as you do not move. You so much as move a pinky, you just caused a draft like you wouldn't believe. But yeah, you could survive on that.
Wow. A lot of people would get what's it called?
Every ghost that was ever on the Western Front, every Russian soldier that ever passed away walked by my post that night. I seen every single one of them, and they sit there and tap me on the back and gave me a chill. I guarantee it.
Frostbite, a lot of frostbite, right? A lot of frostbite.
Yeah, and I couldn't believe. And people don't know. They don't know what combat is. They don't know what the stress is. Now, mind you, like I said, I was not actually in combat, but I do know the power of something about that big around that could remove an entire city block. Okay, people cannot consider or conceive of that power. And when it ever makes it over here, God bless them, man, because these kids are going to be shocked. They have no idea what power is. They don't know what the power of a tornado is. A tornado is nothing compared to what we can do with weapons. I remember.
Tell them about the chicken.
Video where they had three M3s, okay, and they had all the gun ports on one side filled, okay, and they opened up everything that they could put out one side, and the three M3s went down. It was a forest. In the forest, the 14-inch, 16-inch trees were cut down to 4 foot. All of them. Okay? For 2 or 3 acres in front of you. You have no idea the cutting power that they can sit there and cut down. Now imagine that going down a urban street. Everything waist high is cut in half. You know, people don't realize. They don't know the power we have. I mean, that's just conventional stuff, you know.
Tell them why a chicken will cost so much.
Well, here's the problem. In its lifetime, which might be 3 or 4 years, they could have made up about $1,500 in eggs alone. Not only is that what there is, but several of those eggs would hatch. And they would actually make $1,500 per egg that hatched from over a 2-year time, multiplied by how many eggs that might have hatched, and that could add up into 20, 50,000 range.
Wow.
For one chicken. Yeah, they had some backwards saying. You get rear-ended here, it's a person behind you because they could see you. Fault. Over there, you get rear-ended, it's your fault because you weren't going fast enough. You're obstructing traffic. But I will tell you, people were real over there. People were real. Absolutely real. I don't know if you spend much time with the population, but I love the population.
Yeah, I had friends that were German. I would go spend time with them. They'd take me out to everywhere and show me around.
Yeah. My first week was rather difficult. My first day going into town, I had spent the entire basic training. I spent the entire AIT, not a single drink. Okay, and I'm a whiskey drinker. So when I get up there, I go into this bar. It's above the Wienerwald, where we get our Wienerwald chickens, as big as McDonald's over there. And there was a bar upstairs. I went upstairs, and I ordered a Boilermaker. It says, I don't know what that is. I told them, okay, well, give me a draft. And then they had Osbach. And I says, give me a big shot of Osbach. Okay. I took the glass, I dropped it in there, and here comes the bartender. Oh my God, I fix for you. It's like, no, give me my drink back. Yeah, this is what I wanted, He'd never seen one before. It's like, well, and I taste it, and it doesn't have any of the bitters that American beer had. It didn't have that sweet, weird taste, which, well, when you come back home, you realize it's nothing more than piss water. And it was so smooth. And the Osbach just had the right warmth. I downed half that glass. I just in one drink, if only to keep the bartender from taking it on me. And then I drank the rest of that, maybe in a few minutes. And I ordered a second one. I was sitting there sipping on that one. My buddy comes walking in the door from base. He finally found me at the bar that he mentioned. And I turn around on the bar stool and I do a Three Stooges right there, straight on the floor. God. I didn't thought you could get drunk that fast or actually pass out that way, but I did. I found that out right first thing. 3 days later, okay, everybody in this bar is talking about me because no American ever came in and ordered a Boilermaker, and I was ordering Boilermakers. And I guess I'm going to give myself away here a little bit because without it, it's not going to work. But just like in the Army, you give your last name. There's 100 of us.
Yeah.
At any rate, I was sitting there. I was talking. It's like I remembered this Benny Hill joke. He went to Italy, but the problem was there was too many, foreigners in Italy. They were all foreigners. They spoke Italian. He didn't speak Italian. How do you speak to a foreigner when you're in their country? And it was just a joke. I said it at the end of the bar, and there was a guy. I swear to God, this guy was Paul Bunyan. Okay, he looked like he had actually eaten his twin brother just before birth. One of those guys where the shoulders are out to here. And he come up, broken English, broken German. I hadn't been to Head Start yet, and yelling and screaming at me that I'm an invading force. And I says, no, I'm not. And he's very insistent. I'm an invading force. And I pointed to my name tag and I says, Frederick, I'm a returning force. And I was accepted at that bar from then on. But there's a lot of prejudice there that's hidden. Yeah. And the only thing that saved me was my last name. That's the only thing that saved me. Hello, Andres and Andreas.
Yeah, it's Andres. Yeah, I just want to ask. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting like your rhythm.
No, absolutely. Go ahead. I'm just kind of wandering now.
Oh, all right. Abe here is obviously like his background, but he's also encountered certain like supernatural beings. Have you ever experienced something like that, like that yourself while you were in the service?
You have to understand something. All of these researchers have never connected the dots. As I said at the beginning of this, we have more information about UFOs in the private sector than they have in the military. And the stuff that's in the military is layered with dogma to prevent actual compartmentalization leaks, okay? It's the safest way. One person gets a little bit of history here, another person, we have a couple of things. Don't make sense, okay? But yes, I have actually, when I was in Germany, we want to use the word cryptoid. It's a little bit more spiritual than it is otherwise. 3 o'clock in the morning. I got to go to the bathroom. I've got only another hour I can sleep because I got to, make formation. I've got command sponsorship from my wife, my son. My son is in his room. 3 o'clock in the morning, my son's sitting there talking to somebody in half English, half German, because he'd been there long enough in order to learn German and this, that, and the other thing. And he's sitting there playing with a toy on his floor. The problem is there was more than one toy that was moving. I opened the door. Oh, wow. I opened the door. It was just him. And he's looking around. He's like, where'd you go? Okay. And then I'm sitting there taking a bath. Same apartment. I'm taking a bath. And I'm relaxing. I'm worn out. I think I did a 15-mile with the company that day. And I got home. The only thing I could think of was falling asleep in the bathtub. And I didn't make it there. I got scared. I sit there and I started to get relaxed. I was relaxed. I opened my eyes. And in front of me, between me and in Germany, they have the old pipes. They actually are on the outside of the wall, and they go up, and they're nice and chrome, and they look pretty, and they look like something, you know. And I can't see the pipe that's in the wall that's at my feet. I can't see the handles coming out. It's all a white blur to me. There's something between me and that wall, and it was mist, but it wasn't mist. It was just occlusion. Okay. And I remember this distinctly. And then when my mother finally did pull the plug on me, we're sitting there, and we can't take everything. Okay. So we leave the toys in the bedroom. We have someone that's going to come by and, you know, donate it to some other kids and stuff like that, stuff that we can't take with. And we walk out of the front door, and we turn around, we look down the hallway, and all of a sudden, all the toys are flying around in the bedroom. I'm not
Whoa.
joking, because I'm taking their toy, their playmate away. And my
Wow.
wife witnessed it. I witnessed it. My son, Michael, yeah, bye, just as innocent, and we're just fucking frozen. Okay. After I got out of the Army, I was going from Galesburg, Illinois to Joliet on a regular basis, 2-3 times a week. It's a 2.5-hour drive. You have a choice. You could go up 74 and then hit 80 and go 80 all the way to Joliet, or you could take the old 34, which goes from New York to Chicago, south to Galesburg, and then cuts west all the way here to Denver. 34, the old 34. That was the original 80. Okay. And on 34, they had what they called farmer stop. Farmer stop is where you're going in the country, and all of a sudden you notice that the road stops right there. You got to take a quick right and a quick left in order to continue. Well, that's in case you fell asleep back in the 20s and 30s, that you would just simply drive off into a field, nothing gain, nothing, you know, you just fall asleep, you just drive off the road. Well, in this modern day, they had the wisdom in order to put a yellow house right there where the T intersection was in order to turn right and turn left. And I come up a hill, my headlights come down, and I'm blinded by this yellow building in front of me. And in front of this yellow building is 3 sticks like this, 2 feet and something sticking down. And all of a sudden they all come together to a point and go straight up. Above the house, 14 feet above the house, I see 2 crescent shapes moving downward. I caught it from about here up when it was standing there. I wouldn't know what I was looking at for 15 years until I would see something similar and somebody gave it a name. But let me tell you about what happened. After seeing this, I was driving a Yugo. I had 3 kids in the back. Yummy for one of these guys. They love children. And my wife in the other side sleeping. And when she woke up, I had 2 cigarettes burning in this hand. I had 1 cigarette burning between my finger and my ring finger here. And I was lighting another cigarette, and I had another cigarette in the ashtray. I was just sitting there lighting them, and I didn't know what, I mean, I was so flustered. 10, 15 years later is YouTube, the beginning of YouTube. And there was a dragon video where they had caught something that looks about the size of the shape of a bat. Okay. And the only problem of it is it has a 6-foot wingspan. And it showed in video, it turns and goes above a tree and then goes on. And then it also had a couple other, artist impressions and a couple other things and a few other photographs of these things. And then it had an attached story that these things are draconians, and that the draconians, the royalty, would actually have a tail. Those that do not have a tail is a lower class. Well, that's the 3 things I seen. the feet coming together, the tail smoothing to the feet, and this thing being lifted off. And again, like I said, it took 15 years in order to identify that. Then I'm living up in North Dakota. There was a couple of very weird close calls in North Dakota. One worthy of mentioning, I was running a 8-bedroom house, renting it out to truck drivers. They'd park beside the house. We had nothing but field. And I had had the truckers drive through there enough in order to pack it down so it wouldn't, turn to mud and stuff like that. And they were rather careful pulling in, pulling out so they wouldn't leave ruts. And it was middle of summer. And there were 6 of us outside. And we had a circle driveway. In the center of the circle driveway, we had a bonfire. And I was telling stories like I'm telling now. And I tell everybody about the fast walkers. And I sit there, and sure enough, we had plenty of fast walkers. And this was a common sight. Any night that is a clear night in North Dakota, all you got to do is go outside away from city lights and look straight up. You sit there and look for any more than 10 minutes, I guarantee you'll have 2 sightings. Fast walkers. You can tell that they're in orbit. The way to tell between a fast walker and a real satellite is a satellite will draw a straight line and go straight across. A fast walker will be drunk. Like that. Okay, and you can tell. It's like they don't know exactly which direction they're going, and they're wobbling all over the sky, or a little bit wobble in their trajectory. And I was pointing it out to everybody, and there was one that came by. It was a white to yellow color, and it was a little bit larger than some of them. And I hit it with the laser. We were sitting there talking about it. They were laughing at how silly I was and stupid I am. And this thing was, I'm sorry.
We nobody said anything.
Okay, that's okay. But it was coming from the north and going directly south. And like I said, it wasn't the same altitude as it was still up there. It wasn't the same altitude, and I hit it with the laser like I had the other ones. And we had gotten responses. They call it power-ups. It's not a power-up. They're just simply aiming a spotlight at you. It looks like it all of a sudden glares up and stuff. No, it's just aiming a spotlight at you. But we had a couple of them respond, but I didn't have such a big audience, and I was trying to get them to respond again. Okay, so I lasso this one that's going south, and everyone's making fun of me, and it's like the conversation is slowly changing. It was about 15 minutes later, no more than about 2,000 feet, when I saw it come up over the roof of the house, because it was the bonfire, maybe 75, 80 feet to the house, the crust of the house, and then flat land after that. And this is absolutely flat land. Okay, it occupied a good 30 degrees of the horizon. Okay, you draw a line from yourself and you go here and you go here. It was a good 30 degrees. So I'm guessing it to be anywhere from 2,500 to 5,000 feet coming directly north, directly back over the house. These guys froze. Everyone froze. There wasn't anything. I was freaking out. I couldn't believe this son of a bitch come down to say hi. I'm talking to, it's supposed to be a light conversation here. Oh, look, here's something goofy, and it wasn't. I mean, this thing actually came by, checked out who we were, and went on. And it scared the living shit out. We had guns in the house that were locked and loaded, and even though they didn't fit under the pillow, they were under the pillow that night. I guarantee. Okay. And here are these truck drivers, these big, tough truck drivers, and I told them, hey, listen, that's North Dakota for you, because I've been watching them every clear night there was. I didn't dream that one would drop down and come by the house that way. I had 2 business partners I was working with. One was working with Warner, which was our steady paycheck, for food in the middle of paychecks and stuff like that. He'd fill in the gap for our company in order to make sure we had money. And he was visiting because he normally wouldn't go up to North Dakota, but he had the load opportunity to come up to North Dakota, so we bivouacked at the weekend. And he was the only visitor there. And one of these things was to our east. And I lassoed it, and sure enough, it powered up and it shined on us. That was happened before this other thing happened. And then there was a couple other ones, but the one that would be worth mentioning, if I made a triangle frame, and I mounted a light at the absolute exterior of the triangle, and then I would move these lights inward and then outward, and then inward and then outward, it would explain what I saw. And I would not see this again in a UFO video for another 5 years. Directly north of the house, moving from the west to the east, this thing could not have been 1,000 feet high, and it could not have been a quarter of a mile north of me. And we're talking about something, maybe 2 football fields, maybe 3 football fields away from me. No hall, just these lights moving in and out. And I couldn't understand what I was looking at, because if I was to describe it any other way, it's like these mannequins or these people that wear the full green suit that have reflectors on every elbow and stuff like that for motion track. Like someone was walking where one leg would disappear behind the other. You see what I'm saying? Like that? Okay, and they had reflectors on their knees, and it was a very unusual movement. And for the life of me, I could not imagine how this moving forward at the same time I'm moving back was happening, and why I was seeing it. It's because the hall, or they were locked in formation, or the hall I couldn't see. One of those two things. And then I seen a video about 5 years later of the same craft where these triangles moved into the center and then moved out, and it slowly rotated at the same time. The whole thing rotated. Suddenly I seen it, and I recognized that for exactly being, it's one of the rare airframes that are out there. There isn't too many photographs of this thing either it's a TR-3B with a modification that's extremely rare, or a rare airframe by itself. Okay, or it's a formation that they do this in order to puzzle the eye so you don't believe what you're seeing. One of these three things. But again, it was it flew just like an airplane did on the axis of the airplane, of the axis of the or the plane of the triangle, and it flew up like this and went like that in front of the camera, and I could see these things moving in and out. All of a sudden, I knew what I was looking at. I've only seen 3 videos ever in these compilations, and they're only about 3 or 4 seconds long to ever show it. I don't know how long you've been around for the UFO thing. Do you know of seeing UFOs in PA?
No, I have not, but
Go ahead.
no, I have not, but I have seen 2 different types. One that's 2 different types of UFO. One was actually one that seems to be hidden in the clouds. That's above something that's near my house. That's cloaked in the clouds, but for some reason, if you go to a certain side of the building, it's like the clouds are clear. There's nothing there. But if you go to another side, the clouds are there, but the lights are cloaked over in the clouds.
Yeah.
And I actually managed to catch.
Those are big. Those are phased out. They are big. They are phased out, not the way they describe. You keep thinking that they go to another place or something like that. And I can prove my theory using one video. Do you remember the Arizona drone video that showed a fast walker at ground speed that went across in front of the camera? It was real fast.
No, I have not seen that video yet.
All right. Well, there's 2 that I can bring up. Okay. First of all, the reason why you can't hit them with anything, and what caused the L.A. Battle of L.A. Sighting back in World War II, where they expended how many tons trying to knock this thing out of the air? I want you to think of a clock dial. Okay. It has second hand on it. The second hand is about this wide. It's pointed at the end, and it's supposed to land in that little marker, in between that little marker, so you can see on both sides of that marker and the little tip touching that marker, right? Perfect alignment, right? What happens instead of using a needle, you use a black tip flat marker. It's that wide. It's wider than the second marker. My time Your time right now is that razor needle sitting on that wide marker. Okay? When these craft are being operated, they turn. They cover more than 1 second. They cover 3 seconds before they're there. They cover 3 seconds after they've been there. And you see the entire elongated trip. Does that make sense? They are not in our dimension. They are in our dimension. They have dialed themselves out to a different timeline. That's the reason why we can't hit them.
It's like the veil's being lifted, and we're able to see them. And most likely they might be able to see us too, but through
No, they can't. We're standing still to them.
yeah.
Okay.
But what kind of dimension would it be, brother? Would it be like?
It's
I got
it's a
some
byproduct. It's
footage. I got some
byproduct.
footage, show reels here of things that I've
It's a
captured out there.
byproduct of torsion propulsion, and it's magnetic torsion propulsion. There's a couple other ones. There's a magnetic reflector, so that basically, if you can imagine, well, who's sit there and ever run through all the sandpapers from 60 grit all the way up to 3,000? Have you ever done that? Polish something? Okay. Imagine a magnet spinning at 60 hertz. It's like 60 grit sandpaper, right? It's there, but you can see lines in between. It's moving, but you can see lines in it, right? Just like 60 grit sandpaper would show you lines in your scratch. What happens if you polish that same magnetic field till it reflects like a mirror? The biggest thing it's going to reflect is what? The polarity of the Earth. It's going to be identical. What? Polarity. Because it's going to reflect whatever polarity you put in it. This explains the Searle converter, Searle engine from England. They actually have a patent on that now. It's one of 8 patents that were granted for perpetual energy. Is a Searle engine. Why do I know about it? Because I'm also under an NDA for Searle Aerospace, okay, as a airframe consultant. Okay. That is basically running some magnets up to a speed that the magnetic shield that it creates is actually a mirror, and it'll reflect whatever polarity is exposed to. It'll reflect itself away from a wall. It's also the same style of work that the repeller from World War II, the famous repeller that they also used for water filtration, okay, works. It's the same thing. So we're chasing this technology back, and again, the only thing you're looking at is a spinning magnet. You want to sit there and you want to up the power, you want to up the effect. Well, let's add plasma to that and spin the plasma along with that. You want to up the effect and increase the effect. Let's take some mercury, which cannot hold a directional magnetic charge. Why? It's a liquid. So now you have a neutral magnetic charge inside of a spinning magnetic charge, which is going to stabilize the inside, isn't it? You ever heard of the Monarch Project? That's
Yep.
what that was about. That was creating magnetic shielding inside the aircraft. Now, here's another thing that you need to know. You know that the Vril Society was supposed to be started in 1938. No, it came out of the closet in 1938. Okay. The Vril Society is actually part of the Mason pyramid, power pyramid that it shows. On one side, it shows the mystique. On the other side, it shows the administration, right? One side shows black magic, the other. But would you like to know, I've actually seen the other side, the third and fourth side of that pyramid. It's never been great. I've actually seen it. The only thing that you'll get is an impression from it. It's an emotional impression. Okay? These words we keep assigning these things actually takes away from the emotion impression. So you have the first 2 sides of the pyramid facing you with all these words attached. Each one of these words is a mental block in order to be able to see past it, because you assigned a meaning to that word. You start looking at these things emotionally, you see far beyond something that you can describe. But the actual propulsion, there's only really one type, and that's magnetic, spinning a magnet. That's it. Now, how many different ways you want to sit there and put a toroid in it? One of the famous ones, and what they don't tell you, is the ranch that this was being discussed is actually not the blind frog ranch, which many people think, but the oh hell, that's the cryptid everything. Can't remember. Skinwalker
Skinwalker
Ranch. There's dislocated footage that is from a ranch. It says from the ranch. You can go over to Secure Base or Secure Team 7, is it? Secure Team? You can go over to Secure Team, and he has videos that shows this conical coil. And a conical coil is shaped like a thing that women wear on their tummy, a girdle. Yeah, it's shaped like a girdle. It's narrow in the middle and wide at the top. And the only thing it shows is this conical coil sitting there going like this and like that. It just changes like that. It's jumping between magnetic flux when it moves like that. Okay, and then it sits there and hunts the next magnetic flux, and they'll move to that. It's the reason why these things are jerky, and they look like they're drunk when they go across the sky, because they're falling in these magnetic flux. And there's 10 different ways I can go from here. Let's refresh. Let's come up with a new question, because I think I kind of explained that in one.
Yeah, I remember seeing actually there near Fort Hood, but when I got out of the military, I lived in between. I know you were stationed in Fort Hood, but I lived in between. It was like a void. It was between Killeen and Harker Heights. There's a old airport.
Fort Knox.
Yeah, I've been to Fort Knox, but
okay,
Fort Hood.
Okay, I took basic in AIT. I didn't get to leave Fort Knox, and
I went into something that like you're talking about as it was in the sky. And I looked at it. It looked like a pyramid, and it was weird because you could see a surge of electricity pulsate, and it was sending a wave all the way down, and you could see the
those
the
are
shape of the
wave
pyramid.
guides. That's the shape of a pyramid. It's a wave guide.
Yeah, so that's what I seen. And then out of the
bottom, you have energy coming out the top that steers the natural spiral.
And then I seen like 6 or 7 little red ships come out of there, like red energy, red orbs or something.
Those are drones.
They were doing maneuvers.
Those
and
are
went back into the.
And again, I'm spilling the beans here a little bit, but those are drones, and what they're used is for magnetic mapping. For larger craft, they have to have these drones circulate the area in order to, instead of a terrain map, you're getting a magnetic map in order to bring these bigger ships through.
Do you think that is created by the military?
Specifically, the pyramid one, no. That's a visitor. Okay. The TR7, the triangular ones. I in my archive, I have where you can see the TR7. It has the center and the tips ignited, and then the thing sits there and it rotates like that, and you can actually see two fins setting up. SR7. Okay. SR6, SR7 fuselage with the stuff built into it. Okay.
What about the vessels that they send down to the land? I've seen vessels come from the sky, like this black cylinder-shaped vessels come from the sky, landing in the woods.
Those are time compressed elevators. They will not contact matter until they come back into our time. Okay. Things in our time happen within that razor. Things in their time happen within those 6 minutes. If you were to try to shoot them down, you actually have to wait 6 minutes for it to have effect, because you didn't hit them until 6 minutes ago.
Oh, wow. Because I noticed there's a time. Sometimes it feels like you lost time.
Yeah.
Like you get stuck in like a time warp, and everything goes real slow. Sometimes,
Well,
sometimes.
this is why we have weird early time travel, where a guy sits there and crawls through the back of his sink, and he meets himself in the future, and then goes back and they show the same, photograph of each other with the same tattoo, then and now. We've got a lot of different, and this is because time is not a solid thing. It's what people don't understand is energy and discharge. You get so much energy in a certain place, and you try to increase that energy, it cannot maintain that energy. It has to change shape. It has to change its form. The more energy you get, then you get plasma. Then you get something called a photon. The twin slot experiment is described horribly. The reason why you can get an electron coming out one time and only a wave another is because it hasn't reached the root mean square yet. The only time you get the photon is at the top of the standing wave. The rest of the time is spent, like you're seeing the photon and you're trying to measure for the photon, but you're actually measuring the frequency. Why? Because you're measuring too big. The root mean square at the top of the root mean square is your photon, and that's your twin slot experiment, because you're measuring two different time scales. That's the reason why you always see the pattern on the wall.
Yeah, I remember when I was going through when I had seen that activity of the pyramid, and then that's not the only thing I've seen. I've seen a lot of other things that started.
Well, I was going to ask you about Fort Knox specifically, because when they had our driving, we actually bivouacked for our driving training.
Yeah, I was in Disney Barracks. That was my I went to basic training there in Fort Knox.
Alcatraz,
Yeah.
right next to the Bravo born Window Rangers. Those guys got away with shit. And then right next to the fucking drill sergeant school. Hell, we got fucking thrashed every time the fucking drill sergeants got thrashed. We got woke up with them. But when we were bivouac for our driver training, okay, I snuck into an M3, fired up the infrared. You would have no idea how many orbs are floating around those woods. I mean, just one after another. Almost got cussed out for it, because I mentioned, dude, I mentioned to my sergeant, my drill sergeant. It's like, dude, do you know about this? And he says, yeah. And if you are smart, you're going to make sure that you don't.
Wow. So how many? What color orbs did you see?
It was through the infrared, and we only had second generation, so they were all green. But they were floating all around, and you couldn't see them with your naked eye. No way. I would learn later that the first generation for that, you could actually see ghosts and ghostly figures walking around. And when they tried to send this night vision off into Vietnam, more people went nuts from night vision than they did any psychological war. They couldn't believe they were sharing this earth with so many. And I'm not going to call it hell. I'm not going to call it another dimension. It isn't. It's drift. And you can look that up in this Sumerian text. Find out what the drift is. Because that
I got a, since we're talking about these things with the grid and all this, magnetic, and that's what I run into when I go do my investigations. I think I got a picture here or something. It looks like a being. I'm gonna I'll look it up and share it with you. I think we lost Andres. But yeah, I got a footage of this, and it looks like it's freaked out, man. It's like it's coming from a different dimension, or because you can see other things in the sky, but then you see this thing moving towards me, and my hair stood up because I felt something like entering my space. So, the only thing I could do is just pray, because I didn't know what I was dealing with. But I looked at the footage, and I captured something moving towards me, and I'm going to share it with you. Let me.
You were sharing the threshold. Okay, you have a threshold. They have a threshold in time. You were sharing that threshold. That's the reason why you had goosebumps.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it real quick for y'all.
But yeah, time has all to do with the imprisonment of the souls, all this other stuff that you want to talk about. It's time,
Yes.
perspective of time. And that's what actually separates us, not this physical reality of unlimited universe.
So when it comes to time, do you think witchcraft and necromancy also has to do with time?
Yes, absolutely. You see, they existed. Do you remember the alien interview? Oh, you won't explain what he says. And he says that you don't understand. If you exist, you exist. There's only two states, existence and non existence. If you exist, you're there forever. You remember that reference? That's what he's referring to. Because in one perspective, you can see all of time. In another perspective, you're caught in time. It's the same thing as zooming into one frame in a video. It's whether or not you zoomed in or zoomed out. And right now, we're both zoomed into that razor that we sit on. When we have our intuition, we have deja vu or something like that, we're aware of the time difference, and we're slightly outside that time difference. We're able to see into the future just a little bit. We've never lost that ability. It's been trained away from us not to pay attention to it.
Here you go, brother. I'm going to share it with you. It's like coming towards me, and
Yeah.
that's when my hair stood up. I can pause this so you can see them. How you look.
You're recording the same thing as Stephen Greer.
There you go.
That's outside of our time. That is the same thing that Stephen Greer is getting. That's a genuine contact, dude.
Yeah, I got one. I got a lot of. This is during the day.
Is this by your house?
This is in Central Texas. Here's a slower version of it, or another one here. There it is, right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in Central Texas. There's a lot of shapeshifter skinwalker activity, and of course, the DDN, disembodied, witchcraft, all kinds of things. All kinds of sightings.
One that I described. There's another one that looks like a pen cover. You know, the little cover that comes on a pen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, take the little clip off of it, paint an oval on the pointy end, and have that float by about 6 foot tall, a little over 6 foot, maybe about 8 to 10 foot tall, and that particular entity is what they're fighting at the ranch at Skinwalker.
Oh man, there's so much activity here in Central Texas. For some reason they show themselves to me, and I'm able to capture them through camera. This is during the day. I have another one where they move real fast, man. They're like.
I hate to tell you this, you're sitting on an ancient site there.
Yes.
They never left. They're still there. They'll always be there. And that is a portal coming back home. One of the leading things right now that has been released for those that have read things like Sumerian texts and stuff like that, Marduk, or Melduk, however you want to pronounce it, it's the one that got the Jews in trouble during World War II, sacrificing children. It's where we get most of our Christian saints that were sacrificed to Marduk and then honored in the Christian religion as being saints. It's a hidden World War II fact. And the reason why the Germans, the Nazi party was able to raise is because of how much children sacrifice there was going on in Germany at the time. And those were all Jewish sacrifices, living sacrifices, children, human sacrifices to Marduk. Marduk is supposed to be the one that comes back first, and you'd be surprised at who he is. But then when I tell you what his job is, it'll suddenly dawn on you that's all he is. He's a janitor. He's going to come back and be the first one back of our returning angels, and he's going to clean up shop before everyone else arrives. That's what his job is, literally. It's nothing to do with us. It has nothing to do with the devil. 99.9% of all of your devil worship lore and dogma come from the one single source, and that's Marduk. Okay, but he isn't. He's the janitor. He comes and cleans up what's left of humanity after we go nuts, and preps for the rest of everyone's arrival. We are not slaves. We are domesticated animals, not slaves. And that's something else a lot of people don't realize. We're not. That's the reason why we still have interaction with them, and had interaction with them for the last 15,000 years. They control the higher functions of our government and the power. And you get that through the secret schools. Simple as that. Longer your family history runs in those secret schools, well, they know who you are. They know your genetic makeup. They know that you've been sabotaged mentally to do exactly what they tell you to do. That's what we're fighting. It's not going to be, when this shit goes down, it's not Armageddon as described, because the Bible doesn't describe it. It really doesn't. There's no actual events. It just says, oh, that's Armageddon. Okay. End of what? Oh, that's the end of the bullshit. Okay. And they're coming back. And that's what they're saying. So, you got more going on there than that.
Check out that. You see that, brother? How fast it's moving?
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. I'm telling you, it's out of time. And yeah, you may have captured the drift here. Do you remember the joke about the kid that did his science test on whether or not hell would be endothermic or exothermic? Do you remember that joke?
I don't.
Well, the kid went to college, and the professor says you got to write a paper to determine whether or not hell would be exothermic or endothermic. Okay, absorbing heat or radiating heat. And the kid had to think about it, but he was the only one that passed the class or that test. He said, well, this is what the Bible tells me, but if I believe my girlfriend, well, then it's exothermic. So my girlfriend said it'd be a cold day in hell when I finally get to lay her. I haven't been able to lay her, so it has to be exothermic. That was the joke. So but actually that's more true than everything else that you heard. There was no soul catcher. The souls originally on earth, we would die and we would slowly expand until we degaussed. Whatever our somatic pattern, and you're familiar with sound waves and the patterns they make, right? Well, your brain is a somatic pattern. The energy that's powering you is a somatic pattern, and you are tuned to the somatic pattern. Your DNA is tuned to your spiritual somatic pattern, tying your soul to your body. Okay? And if this energy is released without a container, something to hold it, guess what happens? It dissipates. Okay?
I got a question for you, brother.
Before the Anunnaki came, we were dissipating into space. When the Anunnaki came, they created a reincarnation rotation. There's not one light you can go to, there's two. This is according to the Sumerian text. I didn't write it. I'm just repeating what it said. There's one that'll chase you around with all these warm comforts and visions of your family waiting for you and things like that. And then there's a cold light that's further away. It's not chasing you. It's not trying to entice you. The first light is the recycling bin. You go back, you're deprogrammed, your life flashes through, you are downloading to the system, your experience. And then that is added to the previous experience, but now you've just been downloaded, so your memory's gone. After your memory's gone, you're sent back to Earth in order to start over again from an infant. Now, it doesn't matter if it's a single cell amoeba, a hawk, or anything. You can come back and you can choose what you wish to be. Okay? And when you die, it's collected in this soul catcher, okay, and processed and then sent back to Earth. Well, without that, you would just simply die and slowly dissipate into the exhaust of the Earth and expand till you no longer had any coercion, the coercion of the signal, the memory that you had, the cymatic pattern that you were would dissipate. Okay, this was a problem for the Anunnaki. So they created this soul thing so they can re-experience and go back and learn and have a friend longer than whatever the lifespan is, whether it be 10 seconds, half a day for a germ or whatever the time might be that you spent here. His soul is caught and sent back. So we have.
What do you think about
energy. Here's the key
Nephilim?
word. Here's where the dogma falls away. We have a concentration of energy. We don't live in a vacuum. Remember, I told you get so much energy in one place, it has to convert. That's where we are. There is so much energy in this place. We're animated. That's the reason why there isn't life on every planet, et cetera, so forth, because the cymatic does not push all this energy into a small place. Wow. Doesn't push all this energy into a small place in order to create the stack of conversion, in order to create man, in order to create life. And when you do find it, you want to recycle it, because the more that you recycle, the more plentiful it becomes, right? Because now we got rabbits, we got grass, we got dinosaurs, we got human beings, we got dogs. Look at all the wonderful things concentrating this energy creates, right? That's little g, dude. He isn't the creator of all things, but he is the babysitter. Those are the babysitters that set up this recycling bin in the name of the Great Spirit in order to be able to have a longevity. That's the big secret. That's what the fight is over. That's what the spiritual battle is over. Who controls that? Who makes the filtering? How much do you have after that filtering that come back with as a baby? How many children have been born in England that happens to be speaking French the moment they came out of the womb? You'd be surprised how common that is. Now, here's where I'm going to tie it all in. The drift is that other light. If you refuse the light, there's three locations. There's the drift, not going into either light. That's the drift. Going into the light, which is your recycling, and going to that third light is your exit. That exit, you can leave the machine and dissipate if you choose to. If you do not choose to go home to the first light, then you are stuck in limbo. You lose sight of both of those lights, and you're stuck in limbo or the drift. That means that you're caught in the preservation of the equipment in the field that preserves you, escorts you to the intake of the equipment, and then puts you back. You're stuck in the field without any process. That is what you're photographing here. You're photographing the drift. And the more people that choose not to go home, and that's the question, do you want to go home now? You had your life. Do you want to go home? If you choose not to go home, then you're in the drift, and you may never, ever get a chance in order to go home again. And as this drift fills up, remember your energy, and you fill up more and more of this drift, right? What's going to happen when this energy has to convert again? What do you think it converts into? Life. It converts into life.
This one's here, you know.
So you
I witnessed
have
this one
boiling
in
over.
in Operation
Good.
Desert Storm. You know, some people might call them the Gen or the Degen. Some people call them unclean spirits. I
They
call them
are
DDN,
they are
disembodied demonic Nephilim. That's what I
they,
call them.
they are the ones that were originally the Watchers that have been thrown into the drift. They're in the
Well,
drift
they
too.
did.
They're
They
parasites.
eliminated their vessel, their body, and what remains is their unclean spirit. They're the
No,
ones
their
that
vessel
roam the
body,
earth. We call them demons, and they're the ones that roam earth,
their
causing
vessel
chaos
and
and
body
havoc.
is preserved by cymatics. The field that is a soul catcher preserves the cymatic of your mind, your spirit, and your soul. It preserves that cymatic so that energy pattern will not dissipate. So you have one energy pattern that's going back to recycle and become physical. You have
Yeah,
the
they
other
try
one
to on
storing
this
up.
day. They try to take me out. I was doing my early morning walk, and I felt a lot of weight on me, and I got dropped to one knee. Then both of my arms got hold back
They
behind me.
want to come
My
back
head
to the physical.
start
They
pressing
want
towards my
to come
chest,
back to the physical. That's the
and then I said, "God help me." When I said, "God help me," my arms got released, and I was able to lift my head up and stand back, which I made it back home. But a lot of my energy got zapped out of me.
it will
I made
because
it
you were
home,
touched.
and I did not
Your
wake up till like
cymatic,
around
your
seven
cymatic.
in the
Someone was
evening.
trying
You
to
know?
place their cymatic on top of yours.
But I'm saying that I said, "God help me," and the Heavenly Father intervened, and
He will.
and they
That's
fleed. You know,
that's
in
the
the
control
presence.
point. That's the control point. They're trying to keep this energy. Every person that chooses not to go into the light adds to the drift. The more energy that's in the drift, the more it will manifest physically because it has to convert back. Now, the perspective is since they are preserved, they still are preserved from last life. That's what their memory is. That's who they are. It's from their last life. Some people are really bad, but guess what? Some of them are really good. You could have good spirits possess you, or you could have bad spirits possess you. The key here is possess. Possession is nothing more than my left and right hand being slightly different. All these other pieces match up, okay? And that interferes with your life. Okay, that's how they do it. They place their somatic on top of yours. Okay, and the only difference is the pieces that hang out.
I was just sharing
You
this
ever
picture
had,
with you,
you
brother.
ever had the sense that you were in a room
This
with
happened when I was in 2004. I had a blood clot on my left leg, and I was walking to build it up. You know, the VA wouldn't give me nothing, so I cut a tree off out of the woods, and I was using it as a walking stick, and I got ambushed. You know, and it's like the
that's
whole day
amazing. I
passed,
had
and
recent
those
surgery.
on my phone.
My left
You know,
leg. You're saying that your left leg is gone? I had recent
no,
surgery
no,
on.
no. I got my left leg. I'm saying that I had a blood clot in my left leg.
Yeah, my because of blood clots, my femoral artery from my GI Joe all the way to my ankle has been replaced.
Oh
All of
wow.
all of those connections were replaced. It's a fairly new surgery. There isn't too many that do that, but they did that, and I still have problems. But at least I didn't lose my leg. That was only back in October for me. I was blaming that more on that as post-COVID stuff, and
I
I've
got
been.
hit by a blood agent in Operation Desert Storm at the tent city. There was a honking of horns, banging the metal, and I put on my mask and everything. But when I got near the tank, my company commander, my first sergeant came and told me to take off the mask. And I had already done two M256 kids, and I dabbed it on the goo that was in the tanks, and it was hot for blood agent. I showed them the M256 kids, and they confiscated them from me. They had given us some pills to take. They said it would help us, but I never took it because I took one pill and it gave me diarrhea. I had red dots all over my body. So I took the first one, but after that, I didn't take no more pills. So they made me take off my mask and stuff like that, and I got exposed. So I made it back to the 10. I did a
There was a lot
decontaminated my face with
you don't
alcohol
want
pads and
anything
stuff
to
like
do with
that.
Nordstrom. You don't want to do anything to Nordstrom. Your water was contaminated. There was a whole bunch of things, and that all started a long time ago. They were deploying people like that. That actually was raised during the 9/11 issues, that they had already been doing that, and then they doubled down doing that thereafter. So I am familiar with the water contamination. They contaminated your medications. They were
Well, they hit us with a scud, a
they
scud
weren't
pass
even
over and dropped
they weren't,
chemicals on us,
yeah,
blood
the
agent.
medications you were given over there wasn't suitable for animals, let alone humans.
Yeah, I know.
Past, and yeah, no, I'm familiar with that mouse.
Yeah,
I have no idea what they gave me when they gave me my TV shot with the 2,000 fucking needles. Okay, just like everybody else, you get about 6
I
needles
remember that shot.
out, you know. But um, I had that along with my overseas shot, and I was sicker than a dog. But I have no idea what they put in there, and they could put anything they want in there because you already sold them your body. So
Yeah, they use us
I
as
got a
guinea pig.
different one. Would you like to see my tat, which is nothing more than honorable mention rather than actually being a
Go
part
ahead,
of
brother.
it? You want that one? Just a second.
Let me do a close up of it. Oh, wait up. Oh man, there we go. You can put it on the screen a little bit better. You need to move to your. Yeah, let me. We can't really. Let me see. There we go.
See the yin and yang?
Yeah, the yin yang.
Dolphin. It's a dolphin over a yin and yang. The yin and yang is green and blue. Green for Army, blue for Marine, Navy over the top. They were Usher Command when I was in Germany. And part of that was the exposure I was telling you about, with some of the funny stuff. But you're familiar with, if it was the same timeline, you know that there was multi-service co-ops that they were putting together. And that came from that. It was Navy SEAL, Army, and Marine. Part of the USERA co-op thing.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, there was a
Somebody
difference.
said we've been on for 3 hours. That's what I was told just now.
What's that?
Can't see that. Somebody said we've been on for 3 hours. It's not letting me see how long we've been
Oh,
on, but this
3 hours and 7 minutes and 40 seconds. But yeah, it's been a good night. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's no problem, brother. We always have open mic nights here on Tuesdays and Thursdays, where people can come and talk about whatever they want to talk about.
I've been wanting to get a lot of this off of my spiritual and cryptid encounters. All right.
That is spiritual and DDN Cryptid Encounters.
Okay, I'm going to.
DDN stands for disembodied demonic Nephilim. But I do got a story for you, brother, of something that I believe was reptilian that I encountered there in Killeen, which is by Fort Hood. I was walking on the highway, and to the right of me, maybe like 50 feet to 60 feet in front of me on the right side of the highway, there was this African American walking. And we were walking, I had my walking stick because I still had the blood clot on my leg. And next thing you know, I get this guy, he gets elevated up in the air like 7-8 feet and gets slammed. And I'm looking and it's like, how is he getting slammed? And it gets picked up again and slammed like 2-3 times. And he's
Ow.
laid out on the side of the highway by the rail of where the bridge is. I go parallel to him from the other side of the road, and it's like, hey man, are you okay? Are you okay? Because he got lifted by an unseen force. And he's not responding to me, so I get to the middle of the bridge and cross over to his side. I cross over to his side, and I'm looking at him. He's still laid out, and I say, "You okay, man? Are you okay?" He's not responding. Then he finally gets up, real slow, and he starts walking towards me, and he's like stumbling and stuff like that, and he gets right in front of me, like maybe like 10 feet away from me. He looks at me and he tells me, "Next time I see you, I'm going to kill you." That's what he tells me. So I'm thinking that, the hit to his head, but I know that he got lifted by an unseen force. So then I said, "Come on, man, let me help you." And I'm ignoring what he's saying to me. Military trained, we can handle situations a certain way, but I was just trying to help him. I said, "Come on, man, let's go to the store across the street." There was a Family Dollar, and he keeps on repeating himself. "Next time I see you, I'm gonna kill you." And his eyes look kind of reddish. I feel like his body is being taken over by something.
Yeah, exactly.
So I keep on telling him, "Come on, let's go." And he's following me, and I get him out of the area, and I take him to the store. I think he told me like 10 to 12 times the next time he sees me, he's gonna kill me. So I ignored it, and I got to the store, and I told him to wait by the cashier. And I went to go get the bottled water, and I pray over it. I pray for the Heavenly Father to bless the water. Because I blessed the water. When I was praying over it, I heard him say to the cashier, "What's your name?" She said her name, and then he told her the same thing. "Next time I see you, I'm going to kill you." So she screamed, and she was starting to use the phone to call the cops, I guess. And I told her, "No. He hit his head. He hit his head." So I gave him the bottle of water and said, "Here." And I had already opened it up. "Drink." He drank the water. I prayed for the Heavenly Father to bless. When he finished drinking the water, it's like the unclean spirit that had taken over the vessel, or whatever it was out of him.
Yeah.
And he was like, he looked at me. He said, "Oh, thank you for the water." He told me, like,
there's a professor over in Japan, Hiroshima or something like that, Hiroshima. He had proven that emotion is recorded by water, meaning that the holy water records what? When you pray into it, it records the cymatic pattern of God through you into the water, and that cymatic pattern is there. And when he drank the water, it interfered with the glob. Now, you sit there, you take the same water out of the same container, you expose it to love, charity, kindness, and it makes the most beautiful snowflake you ever seen. But if you sit there and expose it to hate and evil or low frequency things, all of that pattern breaks down and just turns into horrible globs. So, and what you just did was you replaced the somatic pattern in the water and then subjected the creature to the water.
And I asked him, I said, "Hey, man, where are you coming from?" I didn't tell him. He don't remember that I helped him across the beach or nothing. He don't remember nothing.
Right.
He said, "I was walking to my house because I ran out of fuel in my truck, and I was mad with myself because I left the fuel tank at home. So I was going home to get fuel, and I was pissed. And I think that was the opening that this unseen force used, was the anger and the hatred, and they lifted him up and slammed him,
the pentagram and everything like that. Those are somatic patterns. If you go to the if you go to Rome and you look at the floors, in all the churches and everything there, they have somatic patterns that they recorded into the floors. You go and you look at the original stained glass. These are somatic patterns in the stained glass, the circle with the colors and stuff. Those are all somatic patterns, dude, recorded and kept secret by the church in plain sight. You want to know another good one? A bell. It used to be very important. Bells.
Yeah.
Everyone had bells. Okay. That was cymatics again, to scare away what? The bad boys, the bad entities.
Yeah. Somebody had asked a question, brother, here for you. Let me see. I think it was. Oh, Andres says, "What are his thoughts on dogmen, werewolves, and Bigfoot?" And they put a question mark.
Ouch. Absolutely real. Bigfoot is another domesticated beast, just like we are. They do the work for the same entities. There's very rare that you see a sighting of a Bigfoot without a sighting within 30 miles of a UFO on the same time. They
All
are
kinds of sightings.
well.
The
That's the
shadow
point.
figures and the Hat Man and
These
Chicago. I think like I don't know how many years ago
right.
when
These
they had all those
chimeras are
killings.
real.
People were spotting the Bigfoot, the Dogman, and
These
the Hat Man.
they're chimeras. Okay, and they're absolutely real. The same thing as your hieroglyphs on that. They are made for a specific purpose. They can build it in a mammal form. They can build it in a plant form, but the basic clay or the outline, okay, they only have a few in order to work because only a few work with the golden ratio in order to make it powered. That's the reason why you get this head on top, the two arms. Sometimes you get multi legs and stuff like that. But if you take a look at the insects, there you go. You'll still find the same ratio between their tip of their finger to their first joint to the second joint for the leg. You'll still find the same ratio. It doesn't matter how many legs they have.
So I got another question, brother. Do you think that there's whatever aliens there is out there that they can manifest fake identity? Because I had an encounter
They can become
where
anything you want them to be. You got to remember, they are a somatic pattern that is isolated from other somatic patterns in a field that preserves a somatic pattern with no place to go. The more entities that go into this field, the more energetic this field goes, the better it will convert back to what? Us, making us vulnerable for takeovers. When you put the symbolism around you, those are not portals. Those are somatic baselines. Just like a base is the beginning of your baseline and your base first thing in the song, right? You got to have a foundation to build on. So these are the foundational patterns that is common to everybody, and you can lay a more complex pattern on top of it. So when you were attacked, the sensation you had was the somatic pattern influencing your somatic pattern because it was trying to take over your energy force. Okay. Now, these things can be quite old and never have dissipated, meaning that they're still being preserved and they actually lived back in the 1600s, 1400s, 1200s. Okay. Same soul. They got out of the system and they chose not to be part of the system anymore. Well, the more people that decide that, the more that this holding area called the drift is energized. The more the energy, the more it has to manifest itself to actual physicality.
Yeah, there was. I would always do a lot of walking because on my leg I was trying to build it back up, and I was going through the same highway one day, and as I was walking, I was getting near that bridge. I seen pebbles fly from behind me, and I was like, turned around real fast because that's letting me know that somebody was behind me. And I pull out my guards, and I see this tall man running, not normal, man. The way his legs were moving, kind of like reptilian or whatever, but he still had the manifestation of a man. And he stopped, and I had my guards up, and I said, "If that's to be recognized," and I was ready to fight him because to me it felt like he was trying to ambush me from behind on the highway. So I got my guards up, and he stopped, and I say, "Identify yourself. Who are you?" And the only thing
is
the only thing
you're saying
yeah,
about
the only,
about his running was the fact
yeah,
that these are
his
attacking.
legs were moving not like human like.
Right.
They were moving more like
Or attached backwards.
like a Komodo dragon would run or a reptilian would run.
His
Like a,
knees were attached backwards. Instead of bending to the front, they bent to the rear. That's the reason why it looks so weird.
but he was in a manifestation of this guy, right? And I asked him what's his name. The only thing he told me was Indiana. So I waited for him to be parallel by me. Was taller than me. So I started walking with him side by side. As we were crossing the bridge, it's like there was a time portal, as in everything was going slow motion on this bridge.
Yeah.
The cars that were passing by were going real slow. Then I seen
Now you got
translucent,
an explanation for it, don't you?
translucent beings with red eyes going into the vehicles, going through the people in the vehicles, like taking their energy from them.
I told you got an explanation for it now, don't you?
And I was going real slow, right?
Yeah.
And he was walking right beside me. We crossed that bridge, and time went back to normal. It was like a vortex of some sort. So I stepped on my speed like 4 or 5 steps faster than him, and turned around and faced him. And I looked at him, and I said, I shook him from the hand. I said, it was nice meeting you, Indiana. He was taller than me. But what I did is, because I want to know who he was, he only said Indiana once, and I seen all this stuff happening around me. So I started praying the deliverance prayer, the Our Father, within myself. And as I'm praying the Our Father, with a faith and belief, he's trying to pull himself away from me. And his fingers and hands felt different, didn't feel human-like. I could feel like his fingers like some kind of nails or something, but I was holding on to him. And then as I was praying and I was radiating my Heavenly Love Foundation out, his face started changing. Like there was no flesh coming off him, but his disguise, you could say, his skin started ripping. You could see green here, green on the forehead. Then he smiled. When he smiled, I could see like very sharp teeth. Like he wasn't human.
It wasn't.
And I'm still praying. Then he finally pulled away from me.
How long ago? What did that happen?
This happened in like around when I met Indiana, like around 2012.
And these
so then when he looked at me,
people,
he just looked up here like this to the sky.
Taking photographs of the shadow people?
Was it?
The shadow people, the people that were moving very fast in the form of a shadow. Are you still taking photos of those? Are they present now? Or
they're present. They're present. Not here where I'm at now, but they're present where I used to live.
Okay.
In Elms Grove.
What I want you to do is I want you to take an aerial map. Get the excuse me. Go ahead and get your altitudes and your topical map for it. And then look carefully around that bridge. You're going to find out that there's a pattern that goes around that bridge. There's going to be a circle, and there's going to be an inside pattern in there that is going to be one of these cymatic patterns I've been talking about.
Yeah, I got something, brother, from the bridge too. Something else that happened by the side of the bridge. I have a short reel here. Let me see if I can find it for you. And it was right by the bridge in the woods, where the man had gotten lifted and dropped. I got a short reel here or something. I don't know what it is. But I'm gonna share it with you.
There ain't nobody else in private chat, right?
Well, we have they say we have 30-something people in the chat.
In the but not the private. chat.
No, not in the private chat.
I'm gonna leave my telephone number in your private chat.
Alrighty, brother. I'm gonna share this short reel with you, man.
Way too many crossroads here that we both, and we're standing at the same crossroad, dude.
Yes, sir. Okay, here we go. Here's a video I wanted to share with you, and it's right to the right in the woods of by that bridge.
All right.
Here we go.
What happened to those trees there?
It's something that passed by me.
I can see that too, but what happened to those trees?
I don't know. That's just the way the woods look there.
No, you take a look at the top of them; they've been completely sheared off. There's two trees, one and two, as it passes by you, right there. Stop.
Let me pause it.
Right there. Yeah. Those aren't fence posts, are they? Those are trees.
This one here is a pole, some kind of a pole. That's a pole right here.
What's
That's
not
a pole.
on the side of a pole? That looks like a tree.
Yeah, this is a tree here. This is a tree. But then you got the thing that passes right there. I'll rewind it. There you go.
Okay, I don't know if you know or remember where fence posts and stuff was. It looks like what you're doing is you're walking into a circular of fence posts and metal. That was also another indicator. If the tree was suddenly cut off, it was cut off what at close to head height or something like that. Nobody's getting up with a chainsaw and doing that. That would have been a tattletale. But even if that wasn't a tree, that was metal right in front of you. Two metal stakes. There's a yellow there, another metal stake, and this thing appears to be passing in front and behind those objects.
Right in front of here.
Metal. Yeah. Right there.
Right beside me. You passed right by me.
Yeah, that's not a camera artifact. Someone would argue that, but that isn't.
Yeah, that will make you to get out of there.
Wow.
I just wanted to share that with you, brother.
Again, this is a very excited area. There's been a lot of people pass away. There's more people passing away every day. Literally, this is all coming back to the drift getting filled with energy and breaking loose to our side. It's going to get worse. It's not going to get better. There's no place for the energy to go. It can't dissipate. It's trapped in the same field that reincarnates us.
Yeah, and this energy here, man, is causing all kinds of accidents along the highways where people have been dying. Like there was this lady in a BMW, and this is the area where I'll go investigate. I guess she was in a BMW. She lost all power, and a semi truck that was behind her just wiped her out and killed her.
Wow.
And she was passing right by the area where I caught the one that was moving towards me in that area where the one.
You're going to find something. You're going to find metal in the ground. You're going to find somebody tampering, putting up patterns of something, and it's not going to be obvious.
Yeah.
It's not going to be. They're antennas, literally.
Yeah, I have a lot of other pictures, man. But I appreciate you jumping on here, and thank you for your service, brother.
I appreciate yours.
Thank you for your time and service.
Somewhere between me and you, somebody got something done.
Yeah, I used to see all kinds of things, identify flying objects when I was in the military as a tanker out there in Port Orange, California. I seen one that had different lights, and it was looking at us low to the ground. And me and Matisse, I was a gunner, and Matisse was like, "We're checking it out, we're seeing it." And then it starts doing a figure 8 real fast, and then it goes straight up into the stratosphere, straight up. It moved real fast, but it did the figure 8 symbol, like
vertical figure 8,
and it took straight up.
Find some technical reason for that maneuver.
It was in a military aircraft. Just put it that way. And every time we encounter something like that, we just say, "Hey, we're just gonna keep it to ourselves."
Well, I have
we're not going to tell nobody, because we don't need people coming us to asking us
before
questions.
They go extremely high speed, where they don't know what exact location or direction they want to travel, and I've seen that, but I haven't seen where it's actually a figure 8 that is creating.
Yeah, it was changing different lights. It started moving real fast, and then straight up into the stratosphere. Being out there in the field, you see all kinds of things. I remember one time, well, that happened, and then a lot of things. And strange events happen when there's sightings like that. There's other activities that happens. How you was talking about where there's UFOs. There might be a Bigfoot. There might be a dogman. There might be shadow figures and other things. I guess
Well,
because
again,
they have energy, right?
where these
Some kind
time
of energy.
dilations happen, the easiest is where you're going to find the dogmen and stuff like that. They're in a time shift or an area that has a lot of time activity. Let's say there's always a weekly traffic, with the same bus and time going somewhere else. It'll sit there and scrub that area so it has backwashes and stuff like that allow these creatures to become manifested.
How about native Indian burial ground?
Say it again.
Native Indian burial ground. Do you think that would have that kind of activity? A native Indian burial ground?
It's exactly built for that activity. The symbolism for the American Indian, stuff like that, the way that they mark sacred ground, cursed ground, just marking the cursed ground is part of the curse itself.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a mechanical inclusion of what that is, and it magnifies it, but it also concentrates it into a tighter area so it doesn't have effect outside of that immediate area. This has to do with our ley lines. So they are all connected.
Yeah. But I really appreciate you taking your time, brother, and being on here, man. We always have a blast Tuesdays and Thursdays. Of course, I do other shows, but whenever you want to come on, man, just let me know. I really appreciate you jumping on here and sharing your wisdom and knowledge.
Go ahead and check your private chat. My telephone number's in it. Go ahead and write it down. You have a show. It's a little bit late for me. I'm normally going to bed maybe about 10:30 at my time. I'm in Colorado, by the way.
My cousin Victor. I got cousins in Colorado. My sister was stationed. Her husband was stationed in Colorado. They got a house over there.
I'm scared of where I'm at. I'm near Fort Collins. We're talking about there's only 2 laboratories that are Class 5 laboratories in the U.S. One is in Fort Collins. The other one is in Atlantic City. And these are the 2 laboratories that all of your virus movies from the 90s and stuff like that came from. That are 20, miles underground with what the hell? Okay, yeah.
No, that was me.
Yeah, no problem. But this is the CDC that they wrote all the movies about. Okay, that destroyed the planet. I live only about 30 miles away from that CDC location. That CDC location is connected to Denver through the tunnel systems. Then there is an evacuated tunnel, evacuated meaning the air has been sucked out of it, about 20 miles west of me. Remember I opened this conversation up with Linda Moulton Howell? She describes going to that location, and I know where that location is. It's right over there. It's actually directly under where I took the photograph of the UFO I described. And I see that there's nothing to say. It just sits there, okay, like a light. It's a light in the sky. That's all it is. It doesn't move. There's no entertainment there. And you can point to it, zoom in all you like, and it's not doing anything. So after taking how many frames of it is there to talk about? You see what I'm saying? But I will tell you this. During the election time that I was in North Dakota, which would be 2 elections ago, okay, there was a North Star, 6 of them, in a line that I could see that was directly over the Canadian border. I know exactly where it is. And it is American made. It is a drone. It's not manned. It is a drone, but it is plasma based. It's same propulsion as these UFOs, and what they are is sacrificial drones in order to handle something that is moving Mach 7. That's our Star Wars program. They put it down here on the ground, and in tense situations, they'll sit there and launch them. And there was a line of them at the Canadian border, which is only about 30 minutes north of where I was living in Williston. And I know for a fact they showed up. I could sit there and see them. If you showed up just before dark, and see them sit there and zip into place, and then suddenly stop. Another one come in and stop. And
There's
they were,
the Ronald Reagan program, right? Star Wars. The Ronald Reagan.
yeah, that's the original Star Wars program, and it's ground based now. But that was the original idea. They were going to put these orbs up in orbit and just let them sit there instead of having to refuel them, and then drop them out of orbit in order to shoot down missiles and stuff like that. That was the actual Star Wars program, not a laser. Okay. And I actually witnessed that. Now, if you had people that's from the Navy, you might want to ask them about the Dragonfly drone. It's the stovepipe that flies vertically. There's a lot of photographs of it around Bimini.
Yeah.
Okay. You know the one I'm talking about then, right? That's actually launched out of a submarine missile tube. Okay. You launch that thing, and it can go plasma. So we've had this technology since the 80s. Something Bay in Florida, I can't remember. They had so much activity there, it was like, who cares anymore? And so what? Just a bunch of lights we can't get there. Yeah. After a week of seeing the same thing every day, it stopped. And then we had the same thing at the Naval Air Base at Lake Michigan.
Didn't they have a guy saying that the dolphins kidnapped them or something?
Yeah, that was a good one.
It's crazy.
We have narcissists and attention seekers out there as well. I'll give them the credit for what credit is due, because they help spread the word. But yeah, no, it's an amazing study, dude. You have to understand. I know that you believe in God and everything like that, which is good. But in my life, up until 7 or 8 years old, I strongly believe in God. I've walked with him. I held his hand. He held mine. Okay, in my mind, in my dreams, in my prayers, he was always there. It was a warm feeling. And when I got 8, 9 years old, I started getting into science. And any science that these smart people couldn't figure out was nothing more than a curiosity to me, and I was going to read everything I could find about it just to prove them guys stupid. And I found too much. And I lost God. There was no God. It was just science. And then I got to the end of that, and I remembered something that my elementary teacher told me. Science is a study of God. That's it. That's all there is to say. Because science is a study of God's creation. And that's all it is. How can you sit there? One of the most stupid theories against God is Darwin's theory. It's the most stupidest thought. First of all, let's make a newspaper report about God. What are the 6 elements of a newspaper report? Can you tell me?
Oh man, I don't know. Yeah.
You're going to make a news story about somebody. How do you start out? Who, what,
When and where?
where, how, when, why?
Yeah.
Your
Why?
6 elements, right? Okay, so who? God. What? Creation. Where? A universe near you. What? How? Darwin's theory. How can you take an element of a newspaper story and try to convert that into an argument against the story itself? It's actual proof of the story. Darwin's theory is proof of God, not the argument against it. It's the how God did it. It's the elements of the story. So how the hell did these atheists ever sit there and say that that's actually a legitimate argument about the existence of God when they're describing creation itself?
Yeah, me, I've He's always been with me, man. Out there in Operation Desert Storm, we prayed the night before.
I'll give you
People,
one
people
last
were.
thing. I was in St. Louis at SLU during Ferguson. I seen Ferguson go down. If you find my other channels, you'll find 20 minutes before the riot and everything else. It proves
Mhm.
that it was nothing more than a setup. They had riot gear there before there was ever a candle lit. Okay. Completely arranged. I was at the motels there. They had people coming in, $500 in their pocket, brand new clothes, duffel bag, and their rent paid for the week, and trying to shove 7 to 9 people into a single room. Things like that, to sleep on the floor. They were paying like $500-$600 a week for a room that went only $250 a week, and getting everyone kicked out of the motel. And I was there when it happened. But one of the things that I was able to do is I was able to come up with the legal argument that 1 in 3 mock trials with the St. Louis University for legal school there, in the existence of God. I actually proved it 3 times in a mock trial. One thing that was left that you can't answer. The existence you can answer. He is there, but you cannot give me a definition of what is there. That's the absence, not the fact that he's not there. Only the definition is missing. So I was able to prove it, though. Yeah, I even used captain's records from Christopher Columbus in order to prove the existence of God, because they can't argue that in a legal court. Captain's log is what?
Is annotated is a log of what they witnessed or experienced. I know I've crossed over spiritually, and I got blessed to come back, or else I would have been gone when I was 34 years old. Was when I had the blood clot happen to me. My son was like, at the time, like 2 years old, a year and a half. If I would have died, then my son would have died too, because we were living by ourselves. All I know is that he blessed me to come back to my body. I was somewhere else already, and he asked me, how did I get so far? I could see the earth, the universe.
Yep.
And I was walking up this stairs, and I could see this bright light,
There's
the
no
sound
time.
of the voice
There's no time.
sounded
The actual construction of what
sounded
that
like
is actually there.
all
Yeah.
of Mother Nature itself, strong, like roaring, like the sea, like a hurricane, very strong voice. And it told me, how did I get so far? And then he said, what do you want? And I said, I want to be with my son. And then he said, then what are you doing here? So that was my cue that he blessed me, my spirit, to go back to my body. So I remember
Go home yet.
going through the universe, into the, I guess, through the atmosphere, through the clouds, through the sky, and through the top of the hospital where I was at.
Wait a minute.
Went from
There
room
is
to
a
room,
conversation. I won't have this
Mm.
conversation on the air.
and back into my body.
I wouldn't mind you recording it and then being selective, but I have an experience that is very personal to me. And the biggest problem is it dates at least a year before my birth. I have a memory.
Oh,
But again, if I've gained any traction with any of your audience, I would lose traction because people would not understand that. But that experience you had, I would trust you to understand it.
yeah, that's why I was maintain my faith and love in him, man, because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here right now, and numerous times. So I'd say other things that happen in combat where I shouldn't be here. Literally, I shouldn't be here, but he can make us vibrate a different frequency that bullets will miss us. Just
That's
put
right.
it that way.
Time,
Yes, time.
because you're
I
not
went,
there.
and I was in a situation like that,
You're
brother,
2 seconds
where
in the
bullets
path
were
of
flying everywhere around me. And I was a driver, but something happened. But I can share that story another day. But I think some of the viewers already know what I'm talking about. But that's why, I've had people come in here trying to get me to denounce the Heavenly Father and all this. They just don't understand what I've been through in my life. I've been fighting spiritually since I was a kid, 3 years old. So my faith it remains with him. He's the one that keeps me doing what I do, and I'm glad that you jumped on here, brother. Combat brother, right there,
That's one
brother
thing
in
I
arms.
was privileged to. I was privileged enough in order to get scared, but I wasn't able to sit there and take it out on anybody. I will tell you, those boots were polished like a motherfucker when I got done, though. And
Yeah,
I never
yeah.
wanted
I
a
know
day
I know where they were
pair of
polished
polished
because
boots.
you wanted to get off the guard duty. There's people that polish their boots and press their BDUs, and then they ask them questions, just to sit so they can get off a guard duty, and it will work for some. Uh,
Well, no,
yeah, there's
the only reason why I was polishing them is because I wasn't going to be caught outside polishing my shoes again. That,
no.
I mean, it took me, dude, it was 30, 45 seconds, maybe an entire minute that I had no clue I was being shot at.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I didn't have a gun. We were just there. It's the woods, it's straight down. There's a valley, and then it comes straight back up with a bunch of bushes on it, and there's nothing there, nobody there, until Sergeant Hodges come out and found that guy's rucksack sitting out in the open. It was easily recognizable, and he just tore it up. The poor guy, he just had this rifle and the bandadero on his arm, just hanging off of his arm. He wasn't at ready, nothing. He was crying, coming out of the bush, trying to pick up the little pieces of his rucksack that was left.
Wow.
But I mean, that's as close to combat as I had. Although I have been shot, but I wasn't in the military then. I was shot in the leg in Florida when I was 14 years old. Guy was robbing one of the beach places, and he took a pot shot. It went through the top of a sand dune, come out. It was slow, and it stuck into my my leg, and got into the, my leg went completely numb. I mean, people don't know what it is to be shot, but it just went completely numb. There was no pain. It was just, wait a minute, what happened to my leg just now? It's gone. It's just nothing there. And they got me in the ambulance, and the guy sat there. He took a pair of scissors. He went up my leg, and he just barely touched it, and it fell out of and it left a little dent in my bone and a circle of skin that was crushed. That's it. That's all the faster it was going. But it just fell. The bullet never went all the way in or anything. It just stopped right there at the bone. Well, it's good talking to you, man.
Hey, it's nice talking to you, brother. My name Abe is everybody calls me Abe.
You bet. There's one thing, if I can
go ahead, brother. You can
self-promote.
say something to the viewers here.
I have been a DJ. I'm still a DJ. I work with WBOU 106.9 Chicago. I'm the day guy, morning guy for them. I have a 4-hour suite. But I have been broadcasting for years. I date back before Dreamcatcher and Shoutcast. I mean, literally, Shoutcast was invented in my computer highlight. Okay. And I got really upset last December because I had lost videos. I was running sound for somebody else, and I couldn't queue up the video. I couldn't find it again. I may have closed the window, this, that, and the other, but it completely disrupted everything. And I got so sick of having 20 different, windows open and blah, blah, blah. Just a second, I'll show you. So about 30 to 60 days ago, I started working on this because back in the day of the UNIVAC 2000, I was part of programming team, but I was just a kid. And what happened was I was sneaking into the computer center, and if I could get past the guards and get to one of the professors, they'd take me off into a room, have me do an hour's worth of work, and then I had the biggest computer in the world at the time to play a game on until I had to go home. Okay, so I'd sit there and I'd henpeck and press one button at a time, putting in all this hexadecimal stuff they wanted me to enter. And there was some program I ran after that to see if I had done it right, because apparently there was a numerical match for whatever it is. And if it came within so much, it was good. If the number was off by so many, I couldn't do it, or I'd be sent home, because I wasn't paying attention. But it was actually a setup. But the thing of it is, I've been around that long, and I decided I was going to build my own video browser, video content browser, not a web page browser. And I came up with this. And it went off. Oh, there it goes. This is buggy right now. I just changed the foundation of it, the video pipeline and everything like that. I just changed on this. But this is actually a video browser. It works like Radio DJ, if you ever seen that, only it works with videos. Then I did one more thing. Now, one of the videos that this plays is stored on my computer. It's all in the cloud. So you don't have to sit there and download these videos anymore. You can just grab it from the cloud, put it in a container. Each one of these that says resolving and stuff like that, each one is a container. Okay, we have the start, end time here, volume control. This is a playlist control. This is a container control. So I can put a playlist or URL of a playlist in here, hit enter, and this will load the entire playlist. Right now I have over 1,500 URLs queued in this program.
Wow.
Not one download required. Okay.
That's awesome.
All right. So I have 25 containers right now. That's the 25. That's 7 p.m. Movies until 6 a.m., which 6 a.m. is cartoons. So this is programmed just like a television station. I have Phil. You know how TV programs are never 30 minutes. They're always 25 or 26. So
Yes.
It's never the same. So this will automatically time out all the commercials you need in order to make that fill to keep you on time. And there is going to be a free version. This is not the free version. This has 6 cameras that you can choose from for inputs. It's made for a broadcast studio, a whole front end. And it's all automated into one program instead of stumbling around 20 different programs. You set up your show once, instead of losing it somewhere on your screen, it's all in one screen. Okay. And then you can sit there and change the containers order, rename them, timer, in order to do one. The add container is your fill container. If you need time filled in, stuff like that, you put an add container in, it'll fill in all your times, so all your timers hit at the right time.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, but it's called Pulse Tools. You're more than welcome to a free copy of it. The free copy will have just one cam. It'll be a little bit stripped down. Then I have a version which I have to get working, which is a $30. You pay $30 once, it's forever yours. You'll get multicam, you'll get some of the timers and stuff like that, and the other features of the program. But again, you even have a YouTube downloader that'll download more than one at a time. So you don't have to pay $20 a month for all these other people running downloaders. So you have run downloader with the current URL you have, or you can run the downloader for whatever you want. Then the output, you have multiple outputs you can go to for different pipelines for your broadcast. Main play and pause active means the container, but you can sit there and skip a container or change your some of your settings here and run it manually. And then this here is save. So you sit there. Sorry. I'm trying to quit smoking. And I'm rolling cigarettes instead of enjoying them, but they're harsh.
Wow. Yeah, I don't smoke, brother.
Spoil the milk kind of a thing. in my
I got too much smoke from the burning oil wells and burning tanks out there during Operation Desert Storm that I don't do nothing with no smoke.
Well, I don't mind weed and I don't mind cigarettes. I've been smoking since I was 14 years old, and I'm not sure if I was smoking joints or cigarettes first. I
Oh
think it was
man,
about the same time, you know. So, but anyway, yeah, if you want, I can make sure you get a copy of this when it's ready. Okay, and
sure,
you can
brother.
be one of my beta testers. You'd be a beta tester. I'll make sure you get the full version later.
Sure, sounds good.
Okay. But nonetheless, I should have this done in maybe another 30 days. It'll be on, certified and downloadable. Just a second.
That's awesome, brother.
Really? Oh, somebody woke up. Sorry.
Oh, you'll cook breakfast.
I'm not even sure I'm going to be up. Heck, what time is it? 3?
It is 4:01
Oh, you're okay. Yeah, you're
Central Time. You're 2 hours behind, no? Or 3 Colorado time.
I'm an hour
So it's
behind.
like, yeah, 1 hour behind.
I couldn't sleep. I've got just personal dump real quick. I've got so much legal problems right now. I'm suing the county I'm in. There was an active lawsuit that was going on against named county attorney, was named in lawsuit, and then he tried to sit there and push everything to his desk so nobody else knew about the case.
Oh wow.
And I'm facing retaliatory charges, criminal charges that it's legal impossibility. So, I mean, this is like first year tort student that learns about, official misconduct and abusive process. Literally, the first thing you learn in school, textbook, I've got a perfect example, and this guy was actually part of the judicial committee and stuff like that. Are you out of your mind? And you're going to sit there and not recuse yourself when you're named? Oh, dude, that was. Anyway, that's what I'm dealing with in retaliation of it right now, too. So.
Sorry to hear that, brother.
Well, it keeps me up at night, but guess what? I have a wonderful nap in the afternoons.
Power nap.
Yeah. I think I slept 4 hours for a nap today, so it's like impossible to go to bed. So, any questions from the chat before I decide to end out here?
Any questions from the chat?
We did a show about that place. What kind of show do you do? Oh, you mean about the place? Yeah, no, Fort Collins, Larimer County. It is weird. Like I said, we have the CDC here. We had a couple of auditors that went to a bus stop across from the CDC, and they wound up being tied up in court and everything like that for 1.5 years on bogus charges they finally cleared them for. Everything is a little weird in this county, yes. Hand pink waving. I'm not sure. I want to find out what that means.
Muerte 78.
Something pink in your hand.
Yeah,
You need to put it back in your pants. I don't know.
I haven't seen the chat move in a while. Is anybody here?
Is there anybody out there?
It says there's 28 viewers, but I haven't seen the chat move
Little
at
black
all.
book with my poems in. Got a bag, toothbrush, and a combie. Anyway, yeah. No, we've had a lot of coverage tonight. I put a few of the dots together. I can tell you the entire hierarchy. It would probably take about 4 hours to do so.
Yeah,
but-
we can do that.
Well,
And,
you can help me do some of the research. I mean, you've had some experience yourself. You have some video. I can include
Yes.
that in Beyond Undisclosed.
That sounds good.
Okay, so I'm out here collecting stories for that too. So, and then
Yeah.
again, Robert Morningstar is directly involved in that. So you'll probably wind up, yeah, you may have to do an interview with him or me, one of the two. But yeah, you'll have a chance to meet him then. Grand old white-haired
Sounds
guy.
good.
Yeah. Good. Uh, silver hair like I would be envious of, because the only thing I got is that dirty, we're done with the dishes foam for hair, for gray hair. Oh my God. No, this guy has this beautiful albino, pure white, old hair. I'm just envious of it. And he keeps it short. Me, I still got a tail down to here. Okay. That's all hair there. I mean, geez.
I've never been able to grow my hair long after all the short hair and the bald hair in the military. It's like,
Yeah, get a bald hair once and get a sunburn on top of your head and find out if
yeah, my hair don't grow long. You know, my brothers, my son's got long hair. My brother's got long hair.
I'm the
They're
only
using
one.
the Navy.
I'm the only one past 17 that actually kept hair in my family. Okay, for some, my stepbrother, first marriage, he got to be 20 years old. You can look at him; he's like nothing. He's already got the horseshoe out. You see what I'm saying? Things like that. All of my family was that way. I'm the only one that I know of in my family that's past the age of 20 that has hair. So I decided to keep it growing. I haven't cut it in about a decade. I haven't cut my hair, not even trimmed it. And purple blue piece.
Yeah, I did
Doesn't
the
have
peace sign.
competency hearing or what? Are these words I'm supposed to remember until the end of the interview?
Well, it's not showing the peace sign because Sister Ivy is waving her hand, so I just throw a peace sign,
I see.
and it says hand purple blue peace. It's got the it's a blue hand and it's got a blue
Gotcha.
peace sign.
Yeah, it's a code I wasn't familiar with. I was ready to jump all over that one.
Instead of showing the peace sign with the blue the purple hand,
Right.
it just says hand purple blue peace, just like the other one, hand pink waving. It's like, whoa.
Let me see if I can find something. Am I in Beyond? No, I'm not in Beyond right now. Hold on. I've got you subbed. Let me jump over to a different account real quick. I'll see if I can find that UFO for you.
All right.
The one by my house. I bet you I haven't loaded it up. This is Beyond Undisclosed. Let me bring it up for you.
All right.
Oh my God. Come on. I don't see it. Okay. We'll do it this way. Then I got to refresh my screen. Let's see if I do have it in this. I have so many archives all over the place. Like I said, you want to get me back in 2000 when I had those nickname for handles and stuff, Real Elf and Ganissim. That was when I actually became popular. And known to some of the older researchers now.
Yeah, I was going through a lot at that time frame. Is when the blood clot and
Oh, no, it's
all
not.
those things were happening at once
Yeah.
for about 15 years, from 2001. You know, it all started with my son being lured. My son and he was only like 4 years old that he got lured into the woods by something. That's when it started. My son and my friend's daughter.
Robert Potter, I don't know if you know him. He was the researcher that was living on Mount Shasta that had all sorts of nasty stuff happen to him. He finally passed away, though, just recently.
Wow.
About
Mount Shasta?
Yeah. He was sitting on the side of Mount Shasta, and he'd film things going in and out of the mountain. You know, should be a great big explosion, but there ain't. Free energy today. Oh, here's a good one. Eddie Taylor. If where this conversation started, he'll tell you about Shilajit and Humate. They literally are the amino acids that was struck by lightning to create life. That's the original amino acids, Shilajit and Humate. And I have 4 shows from him before he died. That was the only thing he cared about. This one's a good one. This one here is based. You see this one in the center here?
Yes.
That one's a guy out of Russia, and that is based on the lens effect of spinning magnetic fields right there. And it works. Matter of fact, there's photographs that date back late 1800s, 1870s. Okay, that shows a UFO hovering over Main Street. And after I explained how that photograph came about, you'd realize that the guy paid the guy to go to Main Street to take a photograph at exactly this time because he couldn't share the real thing to show what he had actually built. So he paid the photographer to go there, take this specific photograph. He hovered the UFO in the photograph, went, parked it again, and then had the photograph for bragging rights.
Wow.
Okay. And they have been doing this lens effect levitation trick for years. Okay. It was actually commonly known years ago, and you're seeing it come back now. A lot of that. Beyond undisclosed sighting, Wellington. Here it is.
There has been a battle going on. There has been an information battle. Do you believe or do you not believe? That is the question. And if you choose to believe, what is the consequences of that belief? Are you prepared for what the truth may be? Is mankind prepared for what the truth may be? This is what we will be exploring in this series known as Beyond Undisclosed.
The next song is from the Steve Denny Project. That's about what you see normal high. That's about the size of the dot you would see with the normal eye. That's one of the reasons why it stood out, because it wasn't a star. It was too big. You see the sun setting?
Yes.
Now, by the way, my iris control on my Canon, you couldn't make out stars. You couldn't see stars with it because there wasn't enough light for it to go through the iris. All of them were filtered out. This is what stuck out. And it just sits there. Boring as hell.
Wow.
Steve Denny project is out of Fort Collins, by the way. He's an independent engineer, artist, and he has produced commercial music for others. up. Now I go ahead and zoom in, and then I electronically zoom. Can you see the brown and the blue and the gray spinning?
Yeah.
On top of the line, it spins one direction. On the bottom, it spins the other. And the black line, let me see if I can plot it. There you go. You see
There it
the
is.
line? You can tell that's attached to the orb.
Yeah.
What that is the magnetic north and south transition point. So it's basically like two tops of a mushroom shoved together without a stem. And that's the magnetic bubble that it creates. And then they put the plasma inside of that, and you have some real good lifting power.
So how much energy do you think it's using, or what kind of energy is it using to?
It's using free energy. Free energy. Everything that you've been taught about free energy is a complete lie. And it starts with the fact that there is no energy where you are. Oh, you can't plug in anything. There is no electricity. There's no this. That's completely a lie. That's what the matter is made out of you, is abundance of energy, not the lack of it. Okay? So instead of viewing us living like in a vacuum tube, that we're the elements inside of a vacuum tube moving around, no. You are a fish moving around in an ocean of energy. Okay? So that is where these things are powered from. Now, there's a better explanation than that, but that's the best I can tell you right now without going into an hour lecture. But basically, there is energy all around you, and everything is trying to go from a charged state to a discharged state. All you have to do is connect the charged state to a discharged state, and you have what? Current, because it's traveling there anyway. All you need to do is divert that current in any way, and you have unlimited amount of power. Would you like to know why we do not have commercially available unlimited power today?
Why is that?
One reason and one reason only. Have you ever seen a 14-year-old kid get dumped by a teenager? Some teenage girl, and he goes over and he puts sugar in the girl's dad's gas tank in order to get his revenge? It's true, ain't it?
Yeah.
Okay. That's the same reason why we don't have a pack of cigarettes that can remove entire south side of Chicago with one accident. That's the reason why. We are not grown up enough to handle this technology, and the technology that we have, we weren't grown up enough in order to handle either. Take a look at the corruption we have. Just like Charlie Kirk earlier. Dude, this is one hell of a show for you. Charlie Kirk, I just solved Charlie Kirk for you. You're one of two people now that have it, other than a couple other people that tried to send it back into the legal teams. No, nothing back. So the only thing we can do is, progress that. But the thing of it is, Robertson didn't kill Kirk. But just like that, you have all these people running around with all this misinformation, and it does suppress people. But again, I'm glad, because otherwise we'd have great big chunks taken out of the planet already. We're just simply not mature as a species yet. That's all. Kind of sad, ain't it? Think that we've gone too far, nuclear bombs, all this other stuff that we're so well capable of doing, and we're not even grown up enough in order to blow our own candles out on our birthday cake.
Yeah, I remember seeing a drone follow me around when I went on an investigation. It was literally follow me around when I was investigating the area. Who was operating the drone? I don't know. It was like recording me and everything.
Watching the watcher.
As soon as I start walking into the path, I'm not even in the area, but I'm walking down the road, it just pops out of nowhere and it's there recording me, and it's got a light on and everything, and then it takes off and deep in the woods, and the next thing you know, it's back there again looking at me, seeing what I'm doing.
Yeah, because in the woods they can't zoom in to see what's in your hand. Somebody's watching you there, that's for sure. Okay, but I mean these other things that are happening to you, they're breaks in the veil, and it's not a veil. And we keep describing it wrong. We've been given all the wrong words to describe these things, and that's what Beyond Undisclosed is about. Is to expose that.
Yeah, I have a lot of other videos where you can see like magnetic disturbance. You can see some black stairwells. You can see what do they call it? The matrix,
Not there.
like a
That's
matrix.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll share it with you. All this other videos that I got or pictures. I create short reels out of it. I've seen this other things, other beings coming out of those that are very tall. When we talk about how the Nephilim were, and other tall beings that are like 15 to 16
I
foot tall.
had I had the most bizarre. I'm looking for it now. Let me see if I can find it. It may be here. But I had I play story time. Okay. I have audio books that I play at night and stuff like that. And I put on Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, I think it was.
I remember that Hitchhiker Guide to the Galaxy.
And the moment I put it on, I look up and I was putting on the space view, and there's like 5 or 6 UFOs that you can see leaving the planet's surface. I'm not joking.
Wow.
And it was a live feed from. Might be over here. I've got so many channels. I'll give you one more channel. This one. This is actually Stagecraft Productions, which is my production company.
I do got some stories, man. Maybe if I do your show, I'll share the stories of what happened to me when I was a kid dealing with
Go ahead and
you.
throw that one out there.
Reptilian.
I put it in the private chat.
Yeah, I see it right there.
I have home.
The YouTube.
Yeah, that's YouTube. I have audio books in here that have science fiction in it that actually is disclosure. I wrote it into science fiction stories. Careful, that first step is a good one. Premier War Torrent is closer to the real thing. I came closest to describing these things properly in War Torrent. Give a like to my passed away dog about 9 months ago. He passed away.
Sorry to hear that, brother.
Yeah.
I have 2 German Shepherds, and man, I know how that is, man.
Well, I have a video on his final resting place. Anyway, yeah. But anyway, so there you
man's
go.
best friend.
Huh?
Dogs, they're man's
That
best
dog
friend.
saved my life twice in North Dakota.
Oh wow.
He's just big and furry, and we had nothing more than a tarp, winter coat, a backpack, and a mound of ground that was about 3 foot higher than the rest of the ground to sit on, 25 below zero, with a 30-mile-an-hour wind, sitting on what looked like a pitcher's mound in the middle of a field until daylight. Twice I had to do that.
Wow.
Nothing more than a tarp in order to break the wind, and if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here, dude. He had a really thick coat like a husky. So, but yeah, I just lost him. I got a new dog already. I introduced him earlier. That's Reggie.
Yeah, he's right there beside you.
Yeah. He likes to get on the air sometimes, and there's a couple people I get on with that he recognizes their voices right away, and for whatever reason he wants to ooh and ah at them and have a conversation with them. He's a good boy. He knows I'm talking about him.
You got all excited when you brought him up, and My dog is asleep right now. He's getting rest.
No, he just woke up. I had to say his name, I guess. Anyway, yeah, I've got quite a bit though in stagecraft, and you'll find it. You'll find Beyond Undisclosed on Beyond Undisclosed and Stagecraft Production, but you'll also find some of my original music on stagecraft and stuff like that. I'm just an all around broadcaster.
I'll check it out, brother. We appreciate you coming on the show and stuff, and we're gonna have to link up, talk about more dealing with
As a
what we're
general
talking
rule, if you do shows closer to the beginning of the day or whatever, it's a general rule. If you see the sun in the sky, you can call me.
the sun in the sky.
Yep. A lot of times I get up right now instead of going to bed. I get up
Yeah.
anywhere from 3 o'clock until 4:30. I wake up and I'm up at just before dawn, and being up that early, it's only been the last couple of days I've been up late because I took the nap in the afternoon. But I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
So basically, if the sun's in the sky, you can get a hold of me.
Alrighty, brother.
All right.
You got my number. Just
May God be with you.
God bless you too, brother. You and your family.
You bet. Thank you for having me on. I did get a little bit of anxiety and all that stress out trying to keep this stuff to myself. I can't.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what we do. I do the show, man. From this time frame is when a lot of things happen, and I'm here for whoever wants to come here, get things out, share their experiences, what they've been through. That's what I do. And sometimes we pray. I pray for people that are going through things. Put them in prayer, keep them in prayer, because I just want I always tell everybody that the Heavenly Father is not going to forsake nobody. He's always with us. So I always pray. Prayer is very important, especially going out there doing those investigations when things surface up, man. And there's
I've been I missed what the guy described as a fire demon in Florida that he had summoned, and the walls when I walked in were still smoking.
wow.
Yeah, there was still smoke rising up off the plasterboard. Plasterboard was completely incinerated. The plaster was blackened, and a big carve out like you had held a blowtorch to it for an hour.
Whoa. And he summoned what?
Yeah.
Wow.
So, I studied Wicca. I studied this. I studied that. I don't believe that any religion that we have is a lie. I think there's lies included in that, but every religion that we have is still the same thing. It's the three blind men and the elephant. Is it a snake, a wall, or a pig? So
Then you can forget about what's on the land and what's in the ocean. You got the harpies on the land, which we call lechuza in Spanish, and you got the sirens in the ocean. Some people call them sirens or sirenas in Spanish.
My dog
those that are affiliated with them, the sisterhood, like witches and warlocks, they consider themselves brothers and sisters because they're affiliated.
Here's a funny irony for you. If you are a devil worshiper, you still believe in God.
Yeah.
It still goes back to the same hierarchy. It doesn't matter what side you're on. It's the same description. Every single religion, every single one, even including Greek mythology, is the same construct, just different names. Doesn't matter what religion it is. My dog needs to go WALK. I can't say the word, otherwise we'd have an excitement here. He just threw his dish at me, literally hit the cat. Here, this is Mizzy. I've got 5 cats.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they all get along. but the dog's going to take priority right now. I'll go ahead and let you go, get to bed, and
All righty,
maybe
brother.
have some tomorrow.
All righty, brother. Well, you have a good night and God bless you.
Yeah, put the double deuce on this video. You got a lot of information tonight, I hope.
Oh, yeah. That was a lot of information.
All right. I'll check you then. Have a good one.
All righty, brother. Peace
All right.
out. Well, there we go, brothers and sisters. I think it might be a 4-hour live. 4-hour live. I'm not sure because on my thing I cannot see the time, and I cannot see the time, and I cannot see the how many viewers we got. So I'm gonna have to figure out how I'm gonna shut this off. I'm gonna see if I could turn it off in a moment, but I want to say thank you to everybody that tuned in here tonight. I hope you all enjoyed the show. Maintain your Heavenly Love Foundation, brothers and sisters. Protect your vessel with a Heavenly Love Foundation. And like I said, I hope everybody enjoyed the show here tonight. So I'm going to call it a night. This is Brother Apesius, Sorensius, signing off from Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. And thank you for the brother in arms that jumped on here. The guest that we had here tonight, he did a real good job with all the info output that he put out there. I hope everybody enjoyed the show. Good night, everybody, and God bless you all. Peace out.